Ladies and gentlemen, what's up? Who's ready for another day of enjoyment, fun, fulfillment, action, adventure, and quests? Just all the quests. So many quests. So I'm going to go ahead and admit something before we actually get started here. I have no idea. Oh, I should move. I have no idea how long this is going to take. I don't know the rate at which we're going to go through the actual class quests, or excuse me, the job quests. So this is kind of a... we'll be seeing how as we go here. It should be fun. But anyways, we're going to start off, of course, with White Mage, the one we finished off with last time. So, boom! So this is the 30 to 50 quests, for those of you wondering. Are you choking me? Okay, alright. Let me unequip. Let me stop being a White Mage for a second, so I can start the White Mage quest. You are familiar with the Seed Seers. Kane Senna, Elder Seed Seer, Guardian, blah blah blah. You know her siblings. She has two Pajuls, Rayo Senna and Arun Senna. They make for the Evershade. Go there, quickly. Things are bad. Very bad. We need to do the quieting. So, go help them. You got it. Well, actually, all the White Mage artifact gear looks like that. Oh god. I think I can show that off. Actually, I don't think I can. So I have it on me. Excuse me, I don't have on me. The typical White Mage gear is there. Trust me. I just look like a lich. Healer lich? Holy lich? I don't know. What do you think, Dakota? We've already had a gun lich, which is just cool. Back to the Whale of Shame. Don't worry, we'll be a White Mage after this quest, I swear. And good morning, camper. Good morning, Doom Rider. Good morning, Dakota. Good morning, Little Felix. And good morning, Jesse. One of the Jessies, honestly. Oh, that's fast. Hey, Valvedrix. Not that you can see that. Curses! How can we hope to make it to the Guardian tree with these ghastly creatures? If I know what we were in for, I'd have brought a wood whaler or two. In fact, we should go do exactly that. Oh, don't be such a coward. We're Seed Seers. These vermin are no match for us. Bold words, but were they true words, we would have dispatched our enemies and arrived at our destination bells ago. A conjurer. Brother Isumi, ever the warrior. For once, however, his solicitude is most welcome. You know, pride? A Seed Seer does not beg the aid of some common adventurer. Enough! We have a duty that takes precedence over your silly notions of pride. Let's go! Hi, Valerian. But is Valerian really there? Or is his internet interneting? Good morning, Blade Terval. Oh, you're... Well, never mind then. And yes, the meme channels is rather popular for reasons that are probably self-apparent. Yep, this is DPSing as a healer. This is the exact thing I was complaining about yesterday. And talked for like 20 minutes about how to fix. We done? Nope, gotta hit one some more times. Hey, we're done. Okay. Undead enemies. Yes. Yes. Hey, it's a white mage soulstone. So what are soulstones? We've actually already talked about this. Soulstones in this setting are materia from FF7. Almost copy-paste. Soulstones are knowledge. Knowledge, experience, and talent poured into a magical crystal, which you can then wield and, as a consequence, be imbued therewith. Now, you can then still get skilled, but, like, for example, you could in real life have a soulstone that gives you the knowledge of how to pilot an aircraft, but then you yourself could start piloting an aircraft with that knowledge and develop your own actual skills in piloting an aircraft. So if the stone was removed, hypothetically, you would still retain most of your knowledge that you yourself have practiced, right? Now, of course, in game and in lore, we can never get rid of these stones. And I think that's mostly a consequence of the code more than anything else. But, yeah. Anyways. So each of these initial quests will be us getting our particular stone, which unlocks our actual freaking class. In this case, White Mage. Bearer of the Soul Crystal, inheritor of arcane knowledge long since forbidden. I know not why it is you he chose, but I believe our great forefather led us to you to us today. Ancient tradition dictates that the quieting be performed by 3 Pagels. But I misspeak. The ritual must be performed by 3 White Mages. If Master Otoa truly chose this adventurer as a successor. You speak madness! Surely you've not forgotten that Pajali, God, that's such a hard word. Tradition strictly forbids sharing teachings with those not of our kind. The power of white magic is too great to risk it falling into the wrong hands. I agree with that. And so you would uphold tradition for tradition's sake, even at the risk of incurring the Great One's wrath and bringing disaster on the forest. Have you so little faith in your own abilities? We're seed seers. More than capable of slaying any beasts on our way to carrying out the ritual on our own. That's why we needed his help right now to kill a couple of local monsters. This petty bickering is getting us nowhere. Hi, Robo's doll. Adventurer, I'm sorry to trouble you with our little sibling squallows. Come to this camp. Okay. I'm going to be honest, I barely remember almost all the 30 to 50 quests. I've structured these in order of some of the ones I remember that are bad, starting with White Mage, and then some ending with some of the ones I remember as being good, ending with Scholar. But I barely remember any of these. Like, Paladin is just kind of there, and Bard I have no real memory of. Ninja, I just remember I'm crazy and like killing people guy. Dragoon, I don't remember, other than the fact that it's out of character. Monk, I just remember the asshole. Warrior, I just remember the angry guy. Like, I have so few memories of these quests. I've done all of them. None of them really made a big impact on me. Whether that's good or bad, we'll see, won't we? Hi, Dream Whisperer. Hello, Zach Tuft. Thank you for coming. Dragoon, Ina Michelle. Thank you for coming. Forgive my brother's rudeness. He cannot help that he was born with a head of solid stone. His eyebrow. Anyways, I don't believe we've been properly introduced. I am Rhea O'Senna, as a Pagel. Your lore, yes. Brother Isumi speaks highly of you, most highly at that. As you know, I heard my brother and I were en route to the Guardian Tree. There, the Great One, by whose grace we delve here, resides. The gentlest of guardians when at peace, a destructive force that knows no bounds when angered. As the Great One goes, so goes our fate. The creatures he helped dispatch were roused to hostility by the Great One in his anger. You need only look to see. The forest grows more and more threatening with each passing hour, so we are here to perform the quieting. The ritual was without fail performed by 3 white mages. With our elder sister occupied with her many duties, my brother and I thought to attempt it on our own. Arun was quite confident, but I had my doubts. And then you arrived, and you became one of the chosen few to be gifted with a white mage's soul crystal. It is no small honor. The gem marks you as an inheritor of the magic of our ancestors. My brother's pride may blind him, but the signs are clear as day to me. You are not Padaji, but Atoa Kant meant for you to be here today to perform the ritual with us. He was known as one of the greatest mages of our history, but even so, he was known for being something of an eccentric. In defiance of tradition, he bid farewell to his forest home, wandered the realm, and healed the wounds of the land and people wherever so he went. Most admirable, yes, but he never returned. He perished in a far-off land, and having no apprentices, his legendary powers were lost to us for eternity, until I met you. For all his stubbornness, there is some truth in my brother's word. Ancient law forbids us from teaching white magic outside of our own kind. There's reasons for this, which I will share with you later. There are many who would not approve of this arrangement. Still, welcome to the Lord of the White. You must now hit level 35 to progress. Oh, and you also have to be a white mage. Finally. Hey! White Lich, maybe? Nah, that doesn't work. I think Holy Witch works better. Anyways, let's hit that button. And let's hit this button. And we are now a white mage. Finally. Life Lich? That doesn't have the right ring to it. Yeah, life leeches, those are different. I fear you are as ready to perform the quieting as a chocobo is to carry a wood whaler. Take heart, we must all begin somewhere. Today I will teach you the art of communing with elementals. Okay. This is by any measure the very foundation of our art, the means by which we preserve harmony. Not far from Sorrel Haven, you will find a tree, a mere sapling in a shadow of the guardian tree, but one that's been consumed by anger and fear. Placate the tree. Okay. An angry elemental can be as stubborn as my brother. No matter what happens, remain calm. Remember this, under no circumstances must you allow your anger and fear to overcome you. Okay. I can do that. Cure Lich, Regen Lich. Tetragrammaton Lich. No, that's not going to work. Plenary Indulgence Lich. Divine Lich. That has kind of a ring to it. I don't like that, though. Maybe... Although you're right, in FF terms, a white lich and a black lich, and like a yellow lich, just straight up take the magical schools and turn them into a lich variant would work. Which would make a blue lich absolutely terrifying, consequently. Green lich. If we wanted to be fanciful, we could be like Emerald Lich or Azure Lich. I suddenly can't think of another word for white, but another word for white Lich. Holy looks like this in this game, by the way. Not everyone likes that spell because it's a little blinding. There's been a little bit of memeing ever since ARR, actually, about blind mages, blind white mages. Because you get up there and you just spam holy, and well, spamming holy looks like this because you don't need a target for it. I think you get the idea. Especially if you have the camera up here, which I don't recommend if you're in a group with a white mage, by the way. Yeah, the flashbang mage. Bwong! Which is funny because the reason holy is so good and why we lean on it so much is because it's a freaking stun. I'm not joking, it's an AoE stun. Oop, not far enough, not far enough. Hey look, my actual mount, holy crap. I sense the anger abate. The forest is quieter. You've passed your first test. Elements prize harmony. When they sense a threat to harmony, they summon forth all the powers at their disposal to expunge it. For so long have we lived in peace with the elements. Why now do they turn against us? I can offer no answers, only theories. We must soothe the elementals, otherwise Gridania will be wiped out. Not a joke, by the way. That's how that is. Alright, now to do the Monk quest without Disco. We now know Regen. Yay. Which is this. God, I don't know, Ina Michelle. What's funny is if you're paying attention during the, I think it was the Conjurer arc specifically, they talk about the backstory of how the people really, really wanted to live here. Like, Right? Like, they actually had other homes, and they were like, no, we want to live in the 12's woods. Like, who looks at this place and thinks, man, I just really want to live in an Australia that's sentient and actively hates me? Laura, I owe you an apology. When last we spoke, I promised I would find a way to convince my brother to accept you, but I fear he intently refuses to heed my words. The more I try to reason with him, the more he shuts his ears to me. All pride and no common sense. I can scarce believe we're kin. So intent is he to prove you are unneeded, he dashed out to the forest alone to placate every elemental by himself. So, can you go save his sorry ass? When last I spoke with him, he announced his intention to go to the Briar Patch. Okay. By Briar, I mean Bramble. Seriously, the freaking Gridanians, God. I mean, I guess if you're just looking at it as a forest, it's like, it's a nice forest. But they knew about the elementals. The reason they didn't settle there originally is because the elementals didn't let them. They knew about that problem walking into this. So, Disco asks, what's a Final Fantasy staple I could do without? I suppose I could give a pseudo-joking answer and say, completely throwing out all your game mechanics every single game, but that is kind of a joking answer, admittedly. No? Okay. If it isn't my sister's favorite adventure, come to show me up, have you? I'm doing just fine. I'm just resting. Even if I were able to hurt and unable to placate the tree, what could you do about it? Well, I guess I'll go placate the tree for you. This should do it. God, I love Holy. Actually, White Mage's spells look pretty legit. White Mage spells look pretty legit. Yeah, no kidding, Dakota. Hey, Mike Romano. Hey, I did your job for you. Beginner's luck. If you think healing a sapling or two is going to convince me you are a worthy inheritor to the teaching of Master Atoa. Haroon, you yourself do not believe these words. Sister, what are you doing here? Yeah, Pillow Willow, what are you doing here? Seeing to my pig-headed brother's safety, what do you think I'm doing? For better or worse, it seems you suffer from bruises and your pride. For all your obstinacy, I know deep down you are no fool. No, you are wise beyond your years. You realize as well as I the dire fate that will befall Gridania if we do not quell the Great One's fury and restore peace at all costs for the greater good. How'd it go, Pillow Willow? The adventurer is not Badaji, but what of it? Would you blindly trumpet tradition as the forest turns against us and brings ruin to our home? We have a greater calling to answer. You know this. I do, sister. Yeah, I actually don't know how old these two are in particular. Kane and the other dude, I've already forgotten his name, are in the centuries range, but I'm not sure about these two. That's what sisters... What are sisters for if not to forgive their little brother's fits of folly? Paladin, let us pray return to the tranquil camp. Okay. So I've been thinking about something for a bit now. And I've kind of decided, but I'm also opening the door up a little bit for people to argue and tell me how stupid and dumb I am. Like this morning, when someone were telling me my Star Trek ideas were really dumb. I'm going to review each class per expansion. So we're going to review White Mage at 50 from a purely gameplay perspective. And then we're going to... Thank you, Hazis. And then we're going to review... yeah, all of them, right? All of them. So we're going to go down the list. This also means some classes won't get reviewed at certain ranges. So we can't review Dancer or Samurai or Red Mage at the moment. But we could review Ninja, for example. I'm not sure what I'm going to do about Astrologian and Machinist. That's kind of a in-betweeny thing. I mean, we're not doing that till Heaven's Word anyways. Dark Knight, Machinist, and Astrologian. But we do need to decide when we're doing the... God damn it, Gabe, stop it! Thank you. I knew it was only a matter of time before he came to reason. Yeah, that was 2 quests! When we first came, I promised one day I would share with you the tale of how white magic came to be regarded as a forbidden art. The tale begins some 3 millennia ago in the 5th astral area. Area? Really, Lore? It was the time of the endless frost, when a barren wasteland of snow and rime stretched as far as the eye could see. Food was scarce. Scarce? And warmth. The problem here, if I've never said this, if you've never heard me say this, or if you haven't figured this out, the problem is my eyes read way faster than I talk. So I'm usually reading a sentence or 2 or 3 ahead. And my mouth is trying to keep up because my mouth is back there on sentence 1. And I always have this problem. Reading out loud, I literally always have this problem. It is extraordinarily difficult for me to read out loud, or read with my eyes at the pace I can speak. That's why I stumble with it so much. Food was scarce and warmth scarcer. The histories told many a grim tale of those who died in their beds, starving and benumbed. So did our ancestors discover magic, born out of the most fundamental instinct, survival. In time, the winter thawed and magic was no longer essential for survival, but once awakened to its conveniences, there was no returning to how things once were. Ere long, the people discovered all the myriad ways in which magic could be employed, and civilization flourished. But prosperity breeds contempt, and nations warred for power and riches. So did the people seek greater and greater power to rain destruction down upon their enemies. So was born black magic, the most devastating form of sorcery the world has seen. At the same time, another form of magic emerged, brought forth by those who would keep this immense destructive power in check. That is white magic, our magic. Does this surprise you? Because there's no dawn without night, the white and black are 2 sides of the same coin. Even though, canonically, white magic is essentially shamanistic magic, and black magic is pure arcane magic, but let's not get into that. War raged on, and magic was used and abused with little concern for the consequences. And consequences there were. Unchecked use of magic soon dried the flow of ether, threatening to bring blight to the land. Never, Robostall! Just that I'm going to do Monk very next quest. No, I'm not. I'm doing Paladin next. Magic of healing? It made little difference. If used with no concern for the ether, our magic could prove as ruinous to the land as the most devastating black magic spell. So it was that the practicing of white magic was forbidden with one exception, the Padajal. These people. Our kind were entrusted as sole shepherds of the now forbidden art, to serve as healers and bringers of peace while ensuring the great power would never again be misused. Though he is still young, Arun feels this profound sense of responsibility as strongly as any of us, thus his hesitance to accept you. But having seen your abilities and the sincerity of your intentions, you can rest assured his doubts have been dispelled. With the 3 of us united in place and purpose, and your skills ever growing, the day that we may perform the quieting draws near. To our fortune, the Great One has not been entirely consumed by fury, but our time remains short. So, we must go level up some more. Yes! I now know Cure 3, probably the spell I use the least on this class. Cure 3 is this one up here. It's actually an AoE. In addition to this AoE. In addition to this AoE. In addition to this AoE. And this AoE. And this AoE. I could keep going. I actually have more. Anyways. Your command of white magic has advanced considerably. What makes you say that? Yes, the time is drawing near. We must prepare for the quieting. At its roots, the ritual is no different. Power so immense, a mage might be easily overwhelmed. To prevent such a catastrophic fate, our tradition decrees you must be wearing a special garb. So, here you go. Here's the garb. In distant lands that the great mage, our predecessor, so loved, his ashes were buried and monuments erected. In his honor, you are to go on a pilgrimage to these sites and receive blessings. Only then will the garb imbue you with power. Here's the 3 locations. Go do. Okay, sure. Let's go all across the universe. Why not? This sounds like a wonderful use of my time. A Final Fantasy staple. Help me out, chat. What are FF staples? We got Chocobos and Moogles, but, like, really, what are some FF staples that we could get rid of? I think they're going to Blade Cheval. That's true. We have crystals, although I like crystals. Getting rid of grind. Yep. No, I'm in favor of getting rid of grind. Killing God with the power of friendship doesn't happen that often in the FF series, actually. Believe it or not. Sid. I'm okay with Sid. Bahamut. I'm okay with Bahamut. Well, this is problematic, but the good news is, looks like there's an opening over here. There we go. Oh, I'm totally not getting rid of airships. I love airships. Man. Elemental Fiends are actually only in, like, 2 of the FFs. 3 if you stretch it. Oh no! Fate failed. Summons? We could get rid of summons. I've said for some time that summons aren't really all that well designed from a purely gameplay perspective, since they're essentially just more expensive yet better spells. And that's it. Overdesigned? You know what? I'm okay with that. Let's get rid of overdesigned crap. Because that goes all the way back to, like, FF1. Have you seen the original artwork for the Warrior of Light in FF1? Good God. Or Cecil's outfits in FF4? Ugh. I spit upon Amano, and all who like his art, Patooey! Okay, real talk, I will take Tidus's outfit and the FF10 fashion in general over the Amano designs. That's not a joke. And you know what I think of the FF10 outfits. In fact, I gave FF10 a negative for it. Very well, Jordan. And I will break down the laws of reality. And that's it. What the hell's that going? Okay, whatever. Yay. But yeah, I agree with Takoida. Summons should be a field unit. But the problem was how to make that work. One of the old ideas, which I myself have toyed with when designing, my own rule set, is that summons are a replacement, but the point is they're a replacement of different types. That's not a great idea, but the idea is that a green mage can be anything. A green mage needs to tank, well then they summon Titan, and Titan serves as their form and goes and tanks for them. Green mage needs to range DPS, well they bring in a range DPS, and you get the idea, right? In other words, they can do anything by essentially swapping between them with their summons. It's actually another take on the red mage concept. So, I came back! Now that you've traveled the realm and seen the land as Master Otoa did, I could tell you the rest of his tale. Okay. History has claimed that Otoa Kant disappeared in the mountains of Agoromo, the Kobold motherland. This is not untrue, but there's more to the story. When the great mage did not return from his journey, one of his most devoted students went in search of him. As the legends have it, the young mage single-handedly fought off a veritable legion of kobolds while scouring the mountain for any sign of his master. Sadly, it was as all he had feared. Though the young mage eventually found his master, the great Otoa Kant lived no more. As if the death of the man were not enough, Thyrus, Otoa Kant's great staff, a mighty relic passed down by his ancestors, was lost to the shadows. Undeterred, the young mage fought off the kobold hordes to carry his master's remains back to the surface. A ceremony was held to honor his life and deeds, and urns housing his ashes were carried off to the far-reaching frontiers of which he was so fond in his living years. All the urns except for one. Yes, though the precise location is known only to a few, Master Otoa also rests closer to home. Here in the Twelveswood, not far from Proud Creek, you'll find another monument. Take this with you, and pay your respects. Your healer's robes will be your reward. Your lich robes. give in to the darkness of healing. What happened? Go. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, come on, tank. God. Actually, want to hear something funny? I tend to get healers. Oh my god, someone has defiled the camp. No! I tend to get healers who get frustrated with me as a tank because I don't wall to wall. Because, you know, I'm not an idiot. I usually don't get commendations for it, too. Not that I care. So. The urn holding the ashes was stolen? This cannot be! Grave robbery is a damnable enough crime in itself, but what matter of scoundrel would dare defile the resting place of a bajal? Rest assured, I will investigate this. In the meantime, go to Agomero. Agomero. God, I hate that word. Okay. Is this necessary? Like, this is a whole lot of fly all over the place to interact with one thing. And then fly all over the place to interact with one thing. Like, this is not what I would call good quest design. Yeah, by the way, I saw a tweet. I know. Twitter is Twitter. Who's Gamerzak? Yeah, I saw a tweet that, essentially said, this is now the new, you know, the most amazing game ever made. That all other games are not going to be rest against it. It is a 10 out of 10 game, etc., etc. I rolled to disbelieve. But more to the point, and I do stress more to the point, what really terrifies me about how much everyone is absolutely falling over themselves praising Elden Ring as being the best game ever made is how much it's going to suck when I end up not liking it and start giving it negatives. Welcome back. The journey was not an easy one. In your travels, you have received the blessings of your great ancestor. Yet, it's not the sole reason I sent you on this pilgrimage. Perhaps you sensed some of my intentions. Yes, as you would inherit his legacy, I want you to truly walk in his footsteps. Does it count if I fly? To see the realm in both its beauty and its suffering with your own eyes, as the great mage did long ago. Yet it's strange, no? Pirate's lair, a rampant jungle, mountains of fire. All the hostile environments to which you journeyed, the single grave despoiled was that which rests here in our forest home. I suspect this is the handiwork of no witless grave robber, but rather someone who knew all too well the value of that which was buried within. We must uncover the truth behind the crime and return his ashes. Yeah, sure, whatever. Grave robbery, bad. She is threatening the Mughals if they don't find information on who did this. Mistress, you shouldn't say such hurtful things. It's most unbecoming. Fine, don't listen to me. Why, I told her just the other day that this is why she remains, shall we say, unspoken for. She might not react to the phrasing at present, but her ire was indeed fierce. Of course, you have not come to discuss my mistress's temper, but the grave robbery. A most unforgivable act of villainy, if I do say so myself. Which I believe I just did. I am pleased to say, and you'll be pleased to hear, the culprit did not escape Moogle eyes. Well, my eyes he did escape. My associate, however, claims to have seen him. Okay. The Red Bellies. Why the hell would the Red Bellies, who, if you remember, are actually, good bandits, steal this urn? Yeah, no, we talked about this, God, like 5 days ago now. Quests are not... Like, the story is meat content in this game, but the quests, the gameplay of the quests, are not. They're not. They're just there, Life isn't the dashing white mage and anonymous... Those vile red bellies tossed the urn onto some ramshackle wagon. A most ignoble fate. Okay, I'll go retrieve the damn thing. Hey, Giga Pudding. Dum 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 dum. Oh, you're over there. Well, okay. I can deal with that. Walk over here. Cast one spell. There we go. And walk away. What? I know Holy. I actually know much worse than Holy. But it takes a while to get to Afflatus Misery. Sleep, Giga Pudding, sleep! For tonight our leader is born. Give in to your anger, Giga Pudding. With each passing moment, you will abandon the fashion side forever. And the pragmatic, awesome, cool side of Transmog shall forever dominate your destiny. There's no way in hell we're reaching Heavensward today. If I'm lucky, we'll reach it tomorrow. It depends on how fast these quests go. Because, yeah, we still have to do MSQ. I'm really hoping these class quests are going to race through. So. Though the urn has been safely recovered, the harsh treatment it suffered has taken its toll. Uprooted from its proper place, the power of a Tawakant, once housed within, has grown dim. I shall return the urn to its rightful home. Perhaps over time it will return to its former state. But I will consult with my brother. There's no telling what the Great One's fury must happen. Oh no! Everything's about to die! Right after I learn this spell. Holy! Sweet. I now actually know Holy. I cast it immediately. Forgive me, Lore. Brother and I have considered every possibility, attempted every incantation, but I fear the task of completing the enchantment is beyond our abilities. No living Pajal, not even our sister possesses power. Without the blessings, there's nothing we can do. With the ashes returned, the spirit will return. Surely it's only a matter of time. Look around you, sister. Open your ears. Time is the one thing we do not have. The fury of the Great One mounts with each passing moment. It will not be contained. No, the time for waiting is past. Now is the time for action. But Lord's Garb, the enchanting is not yet complete. The situation is far from ideal, but we have no choice. We must trust in Lore's power and do what we can. It's okay. That's a safe bet. I may be stubborn, sister, but I am no fool. I have witnessed his abilities with my own eyes. There is no doubting he is a mage of light. Just look at his garb. If you would place your trust in Lore, so I see no reason I will not. Very well. Let us hasten to the ritual. You know, it's doubly funny. And by the way, I'd love to see a Giga Pudding if you want to share it on Discord or whatever. What's doubly funny is the weapon I'm using is actually the Staff of the Round. As in from Knights of the Round, like the Holy group. So I'm the Lich wielding a Holy Stave. Which I'm not just doing because it amuses me. I actually like the dichotomy. Speaking of Elden Ring, what Souls-like would you recommend to new players to the genre? Jedi Fallen Order. Also known as the only Souls-like I've ever really liked. I've tried to like several others, and I could asterisk-like several others, but The only one that actually worked for me was Jedi. Jedi Fallen Order. Yeah, I actually still have the Axe of the Round, too, for my warrior, if I ever feel like it. Although, Byaku's Axe is just so much cooler. Inamisho says, did you ever play Steel the Battalion? Let me Google that, but I'm pretty sure the answer to that is no. Yes. Xbox exclusive. Yep, nope. That's all I need to see. That'd be a big no. Great One's rage is too strong. Stay focused. If we fall, who will rise to take our place? But the forest itself turns against us. If we can only reach the Great One, his minions will relent. Cast your worries. Focus your mind on the ritual. No, lore! It's okay, I got this. Behold my holy power! God, that's a lot of white. So that's what the white mage outfit looks like right there. The one we're supposed to have on right now. The Holy Lich. I'm starting to like that name. Do my eyes deceive me? There's no time for chit-chat. Focus! We must quell the Great One's fury, dispatch its minions, and return to the quieting. We did it! Whew, that was rough. Oh, we need to heal the tree. We'll just do this. Stop taking damage, you stupid tree. Alright, whatever. Focus your power. Stop being so angry, tree. Whap. Is it over? Agent Smith nods. The Great One's anger abates. You've done well, my children. Master Otoa, do you truly live? Live? Not as you would define the word. Mayhap in the heart of lore, whose strength I borrowed to join you. It's a miracle. And may very well be, or maybe the Mother Crystal heard this old soul's wish. I lived a long and fruitful life, but when I drew my last breath in Ogomoro that day, I found it with profound regret that I would pass from this realm without finding a worthy inheritor to bequeath my knowledge in full. My spirit left my lifeless body to abide in this soul crystal, and with the hope that one day it would find its way into the hands of my successor. For years, my consciousness slumbered in the darkness, until I met Lore. From the moment I took my crystal in hand, I knew, Pajal or no, I had long last found someone who I could pass my knowledge. Lore, Ugh. Power of the crystal grows faint. It would seem my all-too-brief sojourn here has come to an end. Farewell. I leave my forest home in your capable hands. And then, yeah, we absorb the rest of his soul and add him to our ether. Yet by his power and of his successor, the Great One's fury is quelled. Though he's traveled the world, no doubt his heart always remains here. My brother, you almost sound wise beyond your years. Strange, is it not? Perhaps I finally learned something from you, dear sister. As I could learn something from you. Your pride, your tradition. We must be more prideful, more traditionalist. Okay, so if it's not obvious I don't like this quest, it's why we're doing it first. It's not great. So, how do we rate this, story-wise? I've already given it a negative to gameplay, for reasons I've already elucidated upon. What are we thinking on the narrative axis? Four pluses. Done! Alright, let's do it. Thank you, Lord Harrimont, very much. Although I do have to ask, is that on the list already? I think it is, but I don't know exactly. I'm stupid. But I think it's on the list, because I think I bought that already. Okay, it's on the list. Cool. Making sure. Like, I suppose we could just call it a bleh, but it is a bleh quest. It's like, okay. Is that it? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yep, yep. Here's your final robe. Lore of the White. Use your powers in moderation. Sure thing. Holy spam! We now learn Benediction, which is actually a really good spell. And that was White Mage. Yeah, that's the problem, Blade Torval. I don't know if it's really negative worthy. It's just boring. The problem is boring is not good. We've given negatives to things for being boring before. So I feel like that could justify a negative. At the very minimum, I think the floor here is an aggregate negative. Because that was just kind of... You know? I think that's it. Now, I was going to wait on Monk, because Monk's actually a decent story. But, just for you, Disco, I will be healed by a sage. I don't even see the sage. Oh, it's down there. We'll do Monk, just for you, Disco. I was going to do Bard and Paladin next, but I don't know when you're leaving. Oh, goodness. Right, I need to not be a monk really quick. Hang on. There we go. I'm no longer a monk. I've stopped being a monk. Then we'll go back and do Bard, which will not be good. Then we'll do Paladin. Actually, no, we'll do... No, yeah, we'll do Paladin next. I'm right. I've been debating Dragoon. I was going to save Scholar for last. We could do Dragoon last, but it feels weird to structure it that way. Oh, there it is. Alright, here we go. Yep, nope, this is the Asshole quest. I'm ready. Do you know of Professor Asshole? He's a scholar of Eorzean military history whose genius is second to none. And he is among our most valued clients. Some find him to be verbose, tedious, haughty, but never mind all that. The man spends more gil on a moon's research than most people see in a lifetime, hence our amicable relations. His latest work has him visiting the sites of ancient battlefields. He insists on surveying lands plagued by savage beasts. According to him, the beasts keep man away, and less intrusion by man means greater preservation. Whatever his reason, should the professor meet an untimely fate, he'll be unable to collect the gil he has borrowed, much less the interest. Oh, and it'll be a terrible loss for the community and blah, blah, blah. Point is, the man needs to be guarded. So I sent a monk of Alamigo to see it to his safety, but it turns out the bloody oaf has no work ethic, just like an Alamigan. Whoa! What? The professor cannot focus on his work if he feels endangered, so he's demanded we sign him a new bodyguard. So yes, the monk quest is being a bodyguard for an asshole. That is not a joke. That's actually what's happening in this quest chain. So I don't remember this quest fondly, so I'm not sure why Disco wanted me to do this, but I aim to please. Honestly, all I remember about this quest is the asshole. So I guess he's memorable. Goldsmith, 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 Goldsmith. Alright, here we go. Time to talk to asshole. Where is he? Oh, there he is. Yep, nope, that's him. Ah, my punch-prone manservant, I assume. You may and shall call me Eric. You are to guard my life even at the cost of your own and aid my revolutionary research whenever and however asked. Know that my primary endeavor is to reconstruct the military histories of old through ethereal analysis of ancient battlegrounds. Okay. I assume the words conjure in your mind simple romantic images of vast plains and open valleys with armies charging blindly at one another. False. I seek to know where the armies of old were deployed, where they made camp and marched. No doubt you think such lands to be those sung of in songs of bards. False! They are here beneath our very feet, and to find them and determine precisely how events unfolded upon them is my purpose. No doubt you jumped at the chance to aid in my work. Tell me, which of my treaties have you read? All of the... None! Gods, I knew you adventurers had a reputation for being unlettered. I didn't know you made efforts to remain so. It matters not. I require only that you work with diligence, unlike that Wiggergalt buffoon. The man proved to be sloth itself. Alas, he is of Alamigo. Jesus Christ, people. I suppose the fool was too busy opening his chakra, or whatever it is those barbarians do all day. I admit he seemed keenly interested in my research, but now he's gone off to 12 knows where and yet to return. Do you understand the sheer magnitude of this inconvenience? Good, good. You show that much promise at least, but let us first speak of my work. The first destination is the Silde excavation site in central Thanalan. I believe events of great import to the history of the Silde Instrider. Huh? Surely if you've had ears, you've heard of the Silde, or are you as deaf as you are dull? Very well, I see you require some instruction. It would be remiss of me as an academic to allow you to wallow in such ignorance. Silde was plunged into the chaos of the wake of the King Laluefu's demise, or the King of Springs as he was known, despite the economic success of economic reforms, fomented unrest amongst the people, resulting in violent outbursts throughout the kingdom. Oh, no, I have a better way to read this, actually. Silde was Sultan at the time, destined descendant, attack was ordered, and so, irony of ironies, hadn't been for that horse, Fascinating, is it not? It's enough to convince one things that could not have happened any other way. No, false! One of my colleagues disagreed with this interpretation. He claimed to have evidence suggesting otherwise, but all trace of it disappeared before it was published. Mine own research shall unearth any evidence, should it truly exist. I shall know the truth! Granted, you are not the brightest coal in the brazier, but surely such a prospect entices even you. So we make for the place. Okay, yep, that's cool. Yep, Yeah, I don't know how my fist ended up in his face, officer. I just woke up that way. With the taste of blood in my mouth. Jordan says, is it possible a game you don't like can still review really well? Yes, in fact, that's actually happened. In fact, it's actually happened semi-frequently. One of the reasons I strive and get angry when people accuse me of not being, to be fair in my reviews, is just because a game is something I don't like doesn't necessarily mean it is going to review badly. It doesn't mean it's a bad game. Which, again, is why it's so frustrating when people are like, oh my god, you're so biased and dumb and stupid and I hate you, Lore. It's like, really? A game I like reviewing poorly? You mean like Final Fantasy Mystic Quest? A game I like that reviewed poorly? Under the current system, even, so that's actually codified. So yes, both directions can happen. It's part of why the sushi tag and the coffee tag exist. Well done! Now we need only wait for the etheric gauge to... Oh no, it's... there are fiends about. They're often drawn to the lingering sense of blood and death. Well, this is what you're here for. Have at it. Okay. I will go kill these pathetic miscreants for you. I mean, Bloodborne reviewed pretty well. I know you're kind of joking and kind of not, Bull with Alex, but honestly, all I have to do is point to Bloodborne as a game that proves that I am fair in my reviews. I hate Bloodborne, by the way. I will never play that goddamn game again, but it's still reviewed quite well. I am biased against coffee, that's true. I do not like coffee. That is 100% true statement. Yeah, Nier Automata also reviewed quite well. It's another game I really didn't like. Most fascinating. This data will prove invaluable. What is happening here? Oh, okay. Hildebrand? Go. Kick. What? Wiggledirt, whatever his name is. So good of you to drag yourself all this way, you pure-blind sluggard. Ah, and Lore, you have far exceeded what admittedly low expectations I had of you. Yeah, and then that was like in the first few hours of the game of Falkenstein. And then the game kept going. And then the game kept going. And then the game kept going. And it just got worse the further I played it. I suppose introductions are in order. Far be it from me to deny the realms unrid the comfort of one other's company. Wittergelt, Lore Wittergelt, the monk I spoken of sent to me by Gagaruna. I tried to make a pupil of him as well, but he has little mind for history. His primitive beliefs in the witchcraft of chakra and spiritual energies have a tenacious hold on him. Oh, truly. This is the area where they had sightings of the walking dead. I've heard tales. Some claim they've seen an apparition wearing the garb of an ancient commander. You. Careful, they're still dangerous. His work is dear to him, that is good. He thirsts for knowledge, for truth. Discovery awakens him. You have awoken, friend. Can you not feel it? Do not be frightened. Here was a battle, long ago. Much energy remains. It has found you. It flows through you. Is this Guy from FF2? Your chakra has been opened. This was the light that shone from you. It is as Eric said. Wittergelt is my name. I am Brotherhood of the Monkhood. Brother of the Monkhood, excuse me. My order is the first Fist of Ralgr. Oh my god. Our way is to train body and mind. Our fist is our weapon! That's why we need weapons to equip, because the game can't function without a weapons slot. That's how the game is coded. The energy within this place moves our fists. The chakra is the seat of that energy. It is a sacred place. It can be opened, and the life force within controlled. Chakra exists in all that lives, all beings. Yet not all beings can open them. Much training needed, great discipline. And with these, life force commanded. There are those who require no training. The inner strength is the inner strength is such that it forces the chakra open. I have heard of this happening, but never have I seen it happen. Until now. I see in you great conviction. Here, have a soul crystal. Thanks? You just casually hand out soul crystals? None but a monk may hold it. And your chakra is clear, blah, 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 blah. We stand on an ancient battleground. A great war was waged here. The spirit of that fight lingers. The ether reaches for the chakra. It aids in their opening. That's why we monks seek such lands. Eric seeks these lands for reasons of his own. The fates favor you in this. Follow him. Your chakra will grow evermore. Professor Eric is leaving. Fear not. I will see to his safety. Please, brother, the etherometer. Gather it. Is he forgetting his own equipment? Oh my god. Okay. Well, like in my example, Blue Alex, you'd probably want to do one of both, right? Like a game you know you like that probably isn't good, and a game you know you don't like that is probably good. Like a game we haven't reviewed yet, but I'm pretty sure is going to review rather badly, that I enjoy, is Castlevania 2 on the NES. That I enjoy that game. It's not a good one. But it is. And yeah, obviously I've already proven with Bloodborne the flip side of that equation. I am curious how Elden Ring is going to review. I am curious as a separate feature what I'm going to think of Elden Ring. This is right, of course. I keep forgetting that I need to go to the Goldsmith for this quest chain, not the Pugilist Guild. Wake up, Lore. You've done these quests before. Just gonna start stomping the ground. Yeah. Die, ground. Goldsmith, there it is. So Zacktef says, think this is a good line. A tough guy line. He sees a robot dinosaur and says, the last robot dinosaur that attacked me, still mounted as a trophy in my cave. So that's not a tough guy line, that's a funny line. Look who's decided to grace us with his presence. Did you enjoy the saunter back? Just about to give my analysis, so if you've matters to speak on, I'd wish that you save it for... Hey, I brought your goddamn equipment. Oh, you brought the etherometer. Excellent. I had a feeling you might not be entirely useless. Is this guy just my YouTube comment section? Is that what this is? Winter Guilt passed his soul crystal. Moved to join the monkhood of the bone-headed clod, were you? Well, I suppose it's it's for the best my pupils get along. But I do believe I will see to it that you are sent to separate locations for the next round of measurements. And I dare say the land I intend to send you is fraught with dangers. Okay. Yay, I'm a monk. Does he, Omega Legion? Like, I'm not saying I don't believe you, it's just, does he? Anyways, we're a monk now, yay. Ah, the people I was hoping to see. Yes, I was a hair's breadth from setting out on my own. Look at you, I dare say you've been growing in brawn at the expense of your brain. Right, well, let's measure some ether, shall we? And by we, I mean you. Oh, and the monk simpleton, of course. Think perhaps you are too stupid to take, much less understand, etheric readings? It's true! You are stupid! But the etherometer shall do all the work for you. See, this is just my life at this point. As souls more suited to action, the monk simpleton and yourself need only carry the device on your person, and set about beating things as you always do. It shall capture data as you trudge hither and yon. Ether is not only the source of all magics, but the font of all life. Yet despite its ubiquity, it remains imperceptible. When a living thing dies, its ether comprised of its life is released, and when this discharge takes place, a portion of the ether remains lingering in the physical world. No, don't you have ethereal crystallizations and physical manifestations, apparitions of the deceased, luminescent glow, known as the ethereal threshold. In short, the more violent and dramatic the loss of life, the greater the amount of ether left behind, either its imperceptible form or crystallizations. Where are the most lives lost in this matter? Cemeteries? No, you idiot! Battlefields! Do you not see? With etheric readings of those locations, we can discern the scale of more of battles that took place there. And for the fool beliefs the monk keeps, chakra, and spiritual energies and whatnot, if I were to allow that they exist, I would be inclined to say they are one and the same as ether itself, which is because they are. The ether churning around the ancient battle sites comes to naturally settle in surrounding life, both plant and animal. Although more so in the latter, it accumulates within them. Felling these beasts will release the ether, causing a surge that resonates within you, causing to expand, opening your chakra. By this, the power of life itself within you grows. A watered-down explanation, but adequate for some of your mental prowess. I'm going to punch this guy. Mine own wife never had the patience for such things either, nor my passion. She cursed me and my work, took our children, and returned to El Amigo. But now's not the time for that tale. This area I am placing in charge is Bloodshore in eastern Lanusia. Place this etherometer and do the thing. You and the monk simpleton are afforded the chance to indulge your, how do I put it, charming little backward fantasies. All happy. Ideally, I would prefer you have a knowledge and understanding of Bloodshore's history, but I feel like the time for me to educate you. I'm gonna frickin' kill you. Which one? I'm sorry, I'm always terrible with names. Which one was Radiant Dawn? Blood with Hawks? I feel like that was one of the 3DS ones. But I'm probably wrong. Oh, the Wii one. Oh, okay. Yeah. Meanwhile, I have to endure this music some more. Hello. Goodbye. You down here? Nope. I have opened chakra. Back to the Goldsmith's Guild. By the way, the name of this quest is Insulted Intelligence. And yeah, that's the one I have little memory of because it was a rumination game. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. One of these days, I swear I'll get the Fire Emblem straight. Probably when I actually play through them properly. And you got the Etherometer. I mean, I remember 7 quite well. And Awakening, because we streamed that one. And 3 Houses. It seems the device has suffered some damage. I suppose such things are unavoidable. I must see to its repairs at once. After all, that's why I'm in the Goldsmith's Guild. My Etherometer is no ordinary device. I came up with the elaborate designs myself. Had the finest engineers at Garland Ironworks draft the schematics, commissioned the most talented goldsmiths to fabricate it. He delivered the results of his outing not long ago. I must insist you take your leave now. This is a wealth of data. Go away. Oh god, Disco. I now know Thunderclap. Thunderclap. Dear Laura, good of you to trouble yourself. Normally I might be cross, but my spirits are far too high now, and I just have you to thank. I speak of the data you procured. It's simply marvelous. You have a true gift for grunt work. I wish I had 100 more assistants like you. I've been in this field for a very long time, and I have been alone. Ever since that unfortunate mold tea fungus culture incident sparked my passion for research, I regret nothing, save perhaps having to share such a wondrous world with souls as unlearned as yourself. Still, your performance has not left me completely bereft of joy. It is rewarding to think my instruction has guided you to such success. Where was I? Shall we dispense with any further pleasantries? Very good, then. I made yet another career-defining discovery while pondering which battlegrounds to measure next. Eorzea is home to numerous locations where the ether is an intensely chaotic state, yet which never played host to any war. My hypothesis was that such flux in the ether was indicative of a past battle, and all my research was predicated upon this. But, turn the theory on its head, what if the people of the past chose areas of royal ether to hold their battles? I've already sent the simpleton to take measurement of the fine sand banks. You will... I asked that you find our monk friend and collect the ether manual and tedious, but he has an early make of the device that is unable to transmit data. I gather the numbskull is in Little Alamigo by this time. You think I asked much of you? False! I ask more! Your other task is to travel to Snakebolt in the South Shroud, and there take measurements with your own etherometer. I will continue with my research here in your absence. Mind you, if you care to know aught at all of the Autumn War and the fine sand banks upon which it was fought, I will gladly enlighten you. You need only ask. You see, blah 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 blah. Considering he's rich, that's even funnier, Omega Legion. God damn it. Down. You don't remember, Omega Legion. You've come far. It's good to see you, brother. Ask me again when I finish these quests, and I can literally check. You come for the etherometer. It's not ready to give. My work is not finished. I came as soon as I was told, but the readings require more time. Do not worry. They'll be ready soon. Go there. Okay. You told me 3 times! 3 separate times! Go to Snakebolt. Okay, go to Snakebolt. Okay, go to Snakebolt. I'm going! What the hell, dude? Sorry, just... okay. Giga Pudding says... Not gonna joke about being dumb and stupid, because I actually have someone in-game actively calling me dumb and stupid right now. Giga Pudding says, will you do the Endwalker raids when you finish it, or are you gonna leave it till wings are finished? So it depends. The way we usually approach that is, like, you know, quote-unquote main raids, which I think are actually technically trials we'll be doing. But, like, for example, the equivalent of Omega or Alexander or Eden, that's the kind of thing that we'll wait for patch content. I suppose that would also be true with Alliance raids, assuming there are going to be Alliance raids in Dwalka. Disco says, what is your experience with unarmed martial arts? Actually, I used to do this quite a lot. For fun. Because I really like it. You know, bit of a fitness geek. Taekwondo was my big one, along with Judo. Lots of momentum, lots of redirection. And if it counts, boxing. But I did boxing purely for fun. Well done, brother. I feel your chakra. It has grown. Now fight me. I'd hoped to arrive before you, but I see I am late. You sent me here. This land's power is gone to you. There is none left for me here. It is as I told you. We monks travel where ether flows strong. There we train. The power of the land enters us. Thus our chakra expands. This bonding causes great unrest. The land's energy becomes unstable. It will enter no other until it calms. I feel nothing here, as you would find nothing at fine sand banks. The land bonded to my chakra, and its ether is now at unrest. The teacher's work means nothing. I took no readings. I meant to hasten here, but I was delayed. There was a gathering of the monkhood. I was summoned to Little Alamigo. The teacher's chidings? Worry not. I will use my device here. Any result will suffice. The man has already reached his conclusion. He will twist the data to fit. Ooh, hashtag too relatable. It is a sad existence, to sacrifice all for truth, yet be able to truly know when one sees it. Speak not of this to him, brother. You see both our aims. You know mine to be more worthy. I tell you this, you and you alone. I am of the Alamigan resistance. I fight for freedom from Garlemald. What is with monks and... I escaped the occupation. I have come here to fight, to gather allies and weapons. But these lands sadden me. The people have forgotten. Alamigo's a distant memory. The resistance here is small. They aid where they can, but that is not enough. The war demands great power, and power lies in chakra. The teacher is not an evil man, but he thinks only of his work, not the suffering of innocence. His knowledge can be used for good. The battlefields can turn the tide. The chakra of many must be opened. If this way is lost to me, no, I will have this power. I must! An end to oppression, an end to starvation. Alamigo will be made free. I will see it done. Forgive my speech. It is a matter close to my heart. I will give you my device, but I ask you say nothing of this to Eric. I beg you, brother. Yeah. So, I don't know if you caught that amidst the, the resistance speech and the he's dumb speech, but did you catch about the fact about monks being ether vampires? You caught that part, right? Now, there is a way to do this in proper balance, but what this guy is doing is the opposite of that. This is doubly amusing since we're doing this immediately after the White Mage quest, which is all about returning etheric currents to balance. So, just point it out. I trust you to return with both my ether emitters. Please tell me you dumbling dolts haven't managed to damage them either than this time. Oh, looks to be in good order. Yeah, these readings from your device are very promising. Very promising indeed. I dare say this data may yield you revolutionary results. Your chakra open, Morias. Yes, well, ether is a mysterious and wonderful thing. I'm glad this meaningful research could serve your nonsensical ends as well. Now leave me to my work. Surely you could find some simple way to pass the time. Fighting? Or, I don't know, scratching? Have Howling Fist. Inamisha says, I don't recall if you mentioned it before. Do you have all the classes up at 90? No. Or the leveling process will be part of the review? Also no. So, I have one of each at 90 except for Take. That'll be part of the leveling thing. So the idea there is going to be that we don't... we will be doing the melee quest in Endwalker with Reaper. And we'll be doing the healer one with Sage, the ranged one with Dancer, and the caster one with Red Mage. So those classes have been pushed to 90 for that purpose. Everything else can go rot. You two have played me for a fool. The date of the Simpleton Monk remained me was absolutely astounding, groundbreaking, revolutionary. Yet I remained objective in my analysis, as a scholar must. Poring over my data, I finally arrived at a disheartening conclusion. The two of you took measurements in the same area. The values were near identical, equivalences mocking me as I struggled to reconcile them. And I could neither sleep nor eat, lest I waste time not drawing nearer the truth. And for what? Tell me, what is it you two were doing in the field? Explain, explain, explain. Ah, it's not this bloody chakra nonsense again. How many times do I tell you? It is not but imperceptible ether. Call it what it is. I think I had a mind to put your names under mine when my hypothesis was published. This life force, this spiritual energy, this godforsaken eternal soul essence. I care not what primitive nomenclature those backward monks wish to assign it. It's ether, plain and simple. They could claim they are able to manipulate... Whoops. They claim they're able to manipulate and amplify it through discipline and the opening of the so-called chakra. False! It's nothing more than the etherical regulation of organisms, a basic and natural concept. In an attempt to explain that which science does not yet fully understand, the monks have erected an institution of control. Their preachings are unassailable by design, for none can disprove the existence of the unknowable. They promise power in return for abjection and servitude, control and power indeed, only that of man. It's the very essence of a religion. It should be treated with contempt, as all religion should. Ether resides in all living beings, as do natural mechanisms with the capacity to regulate it. This is simply life. That's a mystical supernatural endowment. I concede, of course, that the heightened mental faculties of man allow for the potential to gain consciousness of control over those mechanisms. Indeed, it would appear that you and the simpleton monk have already achieved that end. Ah, the indiscretion and impertinence of youth. I suppose I can be forgiven once. In my own youth, I was not the model of perfection you see before you. I, too, have made some what some might call mistakes. Not myself, but some. In our talks together, the simpleton monk spoke often of the seventh chakra. In its awakening, is thought to be the highest achievement amongst the monkhood. I make it a habit to know the tenets of my intellectual enemies. It was the flow of ether within you, too, which betrayed your falsehood, the whispering of your chakra, as I'm sure the monks would rush to call it, but serendipity most often visits the industrious, just so. It is precisely these ethereal whispers that prove most intriguing. The waves of these sounds resonate perfectly with the ether of the battlefield. I can see it by your vapid expression. You're missing the point. Allow me to spell it out. It follows that if you were to visit a battlefield with a certain wave and frequency, it would resonate with one's own ether. This is the phenomenon responsible for the opening of chakra. God, I can't believe I'm speaking in these terms. It stands to reason that for any ethereal wave, there may be a location that will resonate with. Think of the implications. If the seventh chakra the monk speaks of is true, so too must an ultimate battleground to bond with it. The concentration of either in such a place would be unlike anything ever recorded. How about the gimlet dart? I forgive your past treachery. Guide me, as it did to this discovery. That, and I need you to do more work for me here. Take a new ether meter. Make for Lark's Call in the East Shroud. Do this thing. Oh, and you'll not be crossing paths with the Simpleton Monk this time. I'll be sending him to take readings at East End. If you care to know more about the events, I will babble into your ear. Cartano is arguably different. I wouldn't say Cartano just because the inclusion and interruption of Bahamut and Louisoix probably threw that place so far out of whack that I don't think it qualifies as a battlefield anymore. It's more like an anomaly, you know? That's just my take on it, though. So, you're probably wondering why I remember this asshole so well. I forget who said it, but someone in Discord, in chat, said, "Oh, Lore, I found an NPC that's you," and compared me to him. I found this pretty insulting. I actually got angry about that. Like, not really angry, just like, really? And that is the reason why I remember this jackass, is because apparently this is what people think of me. So, yeah, that's wonderful. Back to the guild. So Valvedrix has a question. I imagine the gameplay score for AR is about what you expected. Yeah. But are you surprised by how positive the story really is? Honestly, yeah. Several of the story aspects of AR have not been as bad as I remember. Although, with the advantage of analysis, that makes perfect sense. I've already made this comparison, but I stand by it. This is the TNG Season 1 of FF14. It's got some bad in it, but it's mostly bad by virtue of how good the rest of it is. If you zoom the camera out and look at TNG versus all television, TNG Season 1 is just kind of there. It's not that terrible. Other than the things that are terrible, obviously. Because I'm not trying to say there isn't terrible in TNG Season 1, but you get my point. Like I said earlier, most of TNG Season 1's bad stuff is all front-loaded, too. The first, 5 episodes are all garbage. And then it's like, oh, okay, well, now let's have some Star Trek, you know? Anyways. I look very much to the readings. Yes. You already finished? Well, then what are you doing? Come on, give me, I need it. I need my research. Yes. And your soul crystal glowing more vibrantly before. Yes, I'll begin my analysis. You've cut me quite the model pupil. Would I could say of the same of the simpleton. I can see the feeble gears turning in your mind. Come, there's no need to feel shame at your ignorance. If you wish to know what has transpired, you need only ask. I promise to use small words. Yeah, there's a decent amount of setup and bricklaying in ARR. Which is funny, because I'm pretty sure most of it wasn't done on purpose. Hey, I just gained the ability I was just using. The second AoE combo. The simpleton, I ask that I send you his way. He's a little Alamigo. He's a dangerous type, one blinded by revolution and revenge. I do wish you'd tell him that your people should live for the future rather than the past, but you thought I didn't know he was of the Alamigan resistance? How saddening it is on the rare occasions you do trouble, so you have to think you're wrong. I, of course, know. What manner of imbecile do you take me for? No doubt he thinks me an idiot. False! These two eyes see more than you know. I, too, am Alamigan. My love of homeland every bit as much as he. Why are you rich? Go now! No, I'm sorry, I'm asking a real question here. How are you rich if you're from Alamigo? Like, that's like finding a rich Bajoran. It's just like, wait, what? Disco says, would you rather open your chakras or a box of chocolates? Well, see, on the one hand, I am a huge fan of power. But I'm not a big fan of being a vampire. Leeching energy out of the land in a permanent and scarring manner is not something I would consider to be a good thing. So, I'll take the chocolate. Do not lie to me, brother. You told him who I am, what I seek to do. I am not angry. I didn't tell him jack. I feigned understanding. He asked much of me, of the monkhood, of the fist, of the 7th chakra. My answers excited him. He said they would advance his studies. I, too, learned from him. I am nearer the 7th chakra. Soon the resistance will rise. You will see. We will all see. We fled to fend off Garlemald. None here know our suffering. None here can imagine it. The lives we led after the fall, after the shield was sundered. We got hit by Bahamut. He wants me to join the Alamegan resistance. Sure, whatever, fine. Uh-huh, yep, okay. Cool, uh-huh. This guy repeats himself a lot. Yeah, I'm pretty sure a monk leading a resistance against the Empire is not a good idea. I guess that's a valid question, Ina Michelle. It depends on how liquid their wealth is, though. I don't know. See you around, Jesse. Get some rest. Let's see. So, Cash will ask, what's the code of honor of ARR? To continue the analogy. That's actually a good question. What is the worst story of ARR? Actually looking at my notes here. So 3 things come to mind. Free Garuda, the World of Darkness, and all the Gridania side quests. All 3 of those were bad enough that I gave them 2 negatives, and those are statements that I stand behind with the advantage of hindsight. So, of those, I don't think any of those are at the level of Code of Honor, because Code of Honor is Code of frickin' Honor. But I'd probably go with the pre-Garuda stuff as being the closest. That's probably as close as we're getting there. There is some stuff in the MSQ we haven't covered yet, and there's also some class quests we haven't covered yet. Oh, and in answer to Disco, they never really elucidate upon the Alamegan situation until we get to Stormblood, at which point it becomes a main plot point. Excuse me. Wow, you lived through a hit. That's impressive. The real problem with the Alamegan stuff... Let me walk that back. The real problem with Alamigo in-universe, not out-of-universe, but in-universe, is that they are screwed. Like, there's no good answer there unless a miracle happens. And that's the problem. So, yep, okay. That's... Okay. Why did I come back to talk to you then? So I could go down to La Nacia? Gale is in. Come to stop my business. Come to take shinies. Kill him. Kill the stinky. I do not stink. Very much. Oh, wow. They lived through a hit again. Alright, killed your bodyguards. Can I have the thing now, please? No? Okay. How about now? Don't kill, please. I didn't want to kill anybody. Just give me the damn thing. So here's a stick-up, see? And now I kill him for calling me stinky. Okay, I gotta share that one out loud, Cashel. Cashel says, I remember a confused player once said, why does everyone want an expansion to focus on Alamigo? I've been there. It's a dinky little town in southern Thanalan. This is Little Alamigo, where some, a very small portion of the refugees of Alamigo come from. So, this is the Alamigo city down here. And this is the Alamigo's primary zone of several. But anyways. Oh, yes, there's a fifth. Oh my god! Okay, I don't have to go get the fifth relic now. I was about to be upset about that. Thank you for coming back to me after going to Lanosia from southern Thanalan. I'm afraid I haven't time for you now, Laura. I am penning my thesis based on the ethereal data you and the Simpleton have collected. There have been significant developments since we last spoke, or rather since I last spoke and you stood before me with an ever-vapid expression. Soon I will complete my work and present it at a conference of my peers. Surely you can pass the time by punching and kicking and pursuing other monthly interests. Yes, go do that then. Okay. My theory was correct! Correct, I tell you! This will be the greatest academic breakthrough of my lifetime, perhaps all lifetimes! I shall spare you the details of my experiment, as you are not like to comprehend them anyway, and proceed directly to the all-important conclusion. The announcement of my theory before a council of my peers was met with thunderous applause. I owe it all to the vacant-eyed adventurer and the simpleton monk. Both you and the Pugilist Guild that sent you are due a debt of gratitude. Speaking of the monk, where in Orizia is this semi-literate oaf? I took note of his attendance amongst the spectators at the conference, but he has yet to present himself and offer congratulations. What have I done? Lore, I fear the words I offered may driven him to attempt the insane. I analyzed the ethereal waves of your body second by second. I was able to isolate and identify the final ethereal regulation mechanism, the so-called 7th chakra. From that, I was able to find the land which most likely resonated with those Silvertear Falls. I went to the site myself to investigate. It was there I made my discovery, the discovery of the century. It occurs to me you shall never accomplish such feat of the mind. I pity you, but I digress. Do you not see what I did? I told him precisely where he must go. He has given his life to fight to reclaim Alamigo from the Empire. More than anything, he desires the power he needed to achieve that, and the power to combat the might of all of Garlemald. Which, just to be clear, while we're a Star Destroyer, I don't think we could fight all of Garlemald. Any fool can see, almost any fool can see that he imagines the 7th chakra to be that power. Yet battling the Empire in such terms will only result in another tragedy like that which befell Alamigo. I pray you do not mean to follow him in his fool's crusade. You must go and stop him. My words will not sway him, just as they could not sway my son. Perhaps yours will. Yeah, exactly, Takoda. Like, we could fight off a regiment, maybe even a battalion. That's stretching it. But then we'd need a recovery period, like, okay, let's just regen, get our ether back, get our healing back, take a settle, grab a sandwich, get some Gatorade. Okay, next wave. But yeah, no, this is how you make someone a Star Destroyer, but still make them not, whacked out, overpowered. You have them go up against Garlemald. You claim the power of Garlemald. Fools! Power outside your own cannot be trusted. You had no hope of defeating me. That's true. We need to become more vampiric. We should need to feed off of people instead of the land. The seventh chakra dwells within me. Soon it will be open. When it does, the Empire will burn. The power of Magitech. The power of Garlemald. They are nothing. Alamigo fell to these? Dude. Who are you? Who are you? Ah, brother, you are too late. Perhaps it is for the best. I have just attended our Garlean guests. I wanted us to be alone. Eric was right. This is the place. You have come. Our chakra beats as drums. Do you not feel it, brother? Living in constant fear of death, struggling to stay warm enough to sleep, eating crumbs to fight hunger. Garlemald took everything from Alamigo. They left us nothing. Not even our pride. Look to the craven teacher. He is proof of the truth I speak. I will reclaim it. All of it! But I need great power to do so, and that power rests in the seventh chakra. I made you a promise, and I have not forgotten. The fifth and final piece is yours to claim, but only if you can defeat me! I told you when we first met, we monks seek sacred ground, and there we train. That's how chakra are opened. The teacher told me himself, this is where the seventh chakra opens. This is my sacred battleground. I will kill you. Do not despair, your death will have a purpose. It'll be for Alamigo. Rejoice, brother. You shall die a martyr. Here's how many seconds this is going to take us. That's actually pretty impressive. So close. Why? Why will you not wield your power for the greater good? I do. Jackass. Stay back. This power is mine. The others of Eorze, they ignore our suffering. Why should I care for their lives? Why should I care for yours? I must have that power to protect my people. Or that's power. Yes, I am secretly Virgil. Light. Never have seen anything like it. Is this the opening of the seventh chakra? Fascinating. Simply fascinating. You have no mind for study, but your gift for fieldwork is extraordinary. Why did you strike me? Silence, you bloody fool. You oaf. You idiot. I would strike you 1,000 times more if it did not pain my hand, so next time I'll bring a stick. There's a tree right behind you. Bugger open your infernal chakra, and open your ears for once. Sid Garland of the ironworks that bear his name once wrote that these silver tear falls lie at the center of our world. Our world is round. We live on the surface. Even you should see, then, he did not speak of the center in the physical sense. I am no astrologian nor biologist, but I have studied enough of the various sciences to say this. The vital energy of Hydaelyn, ether, is one and the same as the life force which you monks believe. As the center of our world, these silver tear falls are connected to what you call chakra in an inexplicably profound way. We all share in the same existence. We are neither separate nor distinct from the world. Our energy and its energy are one. At times, the energy may still wreak havoc and destruction, but it plays a far grander and more significant role. To bring forth life. As part of the world, you must endeavor to do the same. You sought only to gain power by force. You are no different than the Garleans you wish to destroy. Is this what you want to be? You speak such pretty words, but would you speak them to our people? To every soul who's suffered? To children with empty bellies? To wives made widows? I would. To every last soul among them. Even if they failed to grasp the meaning, as you do, I would and will speak those words until they are understood. Long have I studied the history of the Realm's wars. If there is aught I have learned, it is that there is no future for Eorzea should her people struggle and vie for power, without considering the consequences of doing so. With great power comes great responsibility. Word for word. To seize the former and deny the latter is to beget despair. I like that quote better, actually. Like those two sentences together. We should amend that to the Spider-Man quote. The duty we owe to one another and to the world as part of it is to use what power we possess to deliver a future full of life, not death. Can you not truly see the right in this? You have done the realm and the world a great service, Lore. As a scholar, teacher, and an Alamegan, and as a man, I offer you my deepest thanks. Even though you're a dum-dum and I hate you. He didn't say that part. Yeah, I know, right, Blanchard? We have opened our chakra. Yay. We're level 50 now. Woo! He is stubborn, as most monks are. I don't know if it's possible for him to change his mind, but I pray he does, for his sake and the world's. He calls you brother, so go speak to him as one. Dude, I don't have a brother like this, dude. Not long ago, I spoke with a man, an Alamegan. He too was off. He was of the resistance. He asked me a simple question. Why do you fight? He was furry and had a weird gait to him. I did not hesitate. I did not think. The word came of its own will. Revenge. I want to suck the marrow from them, grind their bones to dust, seed their skies with ash. He said revenge is in all our hearts. It is the most common of reasons, the easiest and the most dangerous. I did not think on it then. Perhaps now I should. I thought of nothing else, but you thought of me, brother. You and the teacher, for that, I think. Here, have some armor that you're currently wearing, I think. Ah! I'm literally wearing, oh my gosh. Thanks. Yeah, you get the BP last, I'm pretty sure. Alamigo fought to protect itself, to protect all Eorzea from the Empire. And yet we're despised, ignored, or worse, forgotten. Even so, the teacher preached peace. For a long time I did not understand, and I hated him for it. Alamegans are a proud people. We wish to go on being proud. Sorry. He fought in the resistance, yet it cost him his life. He too cursed his father for being a coward. I wish I could speak to him. I wish to tell him that it is not so. Farewell, brother. And that's the monk arc. You know, I just realized, I think actually every single one of these quests is going to get a negative to gameplay. I just realized that. Wow. Well, that sucks. But that was Monk. I hope you enjoyed, Kid Disco. Do you mind clarifying on your question, Cashel? Okay. I fixed my bars, did I? Hang on, I'm gonna fix my bars really quick. Just give me a moment here, please. There we go. That's better. We're still in error, von Falkenstein. Alas and alack. Yeah, no, exactly, Ina Michel. The the constant runaround garbage it's just not good quest design. And that's the reality of it. So let's put this into perspective. I know it's an MMO. I know it's normal. None of those are mitigators. Imagine a single-player game where you have a quest where you have to run all over the frickin' universe in a lengthy, boring, and non-interesting gameplay loop of essentially warping around to grab stuff. Correct, Omega Legion. That is the goal. Where we're going? Here. To here. I mean, honestly, kinda, yeah, Valvatrix. Although, I can think of a few open-world games that don't make you do that, because you usually do the quest within the area in which the quest is given. Not always, of course. But sometimes. So, yeah, no, but in the interest of fairness, each of these quests is probably going to get this saying negative. I'm not going to codify that yet. I'm going to do it as we go. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think all of these are going to be that bad, but certainly the two we've just did are going to be that bad. Okay, Kata, I can't argue that. I have no argument to go against that. So, no, healer, no, I already did that, didn't I? Scholar is not here. We already did white mage, so what are we doing? We're doing, bard. Okay. I need to be a bard. Take this off. I need to go to... Yep. Wrong way, Lord. Pay attention. Take off the helmet. Not that it matters. Oh, God, Omega Legion. Here it comes. I'm ready. I'm ready. Strike me down. I'm completely ready for it. Hey, I wish we had time for banter, but there's an XIV dirigible. There's a battle, a massacre. In the past. It was a humiliating episode in our history, to be sure, but heavens forbid we ever forget it. Failure is the finest, if not the kindest, of teachers. Let's speak of merrier matters. A renowned archer recently returned, the God's Bow. It's just a title, of course. His birth name is Jehentel. He was once of the God's Quiver. The man was a legend. But that's not all. He was also a skilled bard. La 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 la. Alas, the meeting hasn't quite unfolded as hoped. He has refused to teach every suitor who's approached him. Though it should be mentioned that the topics he is reluctant to instruct us in do not include poetry and song. He is exceedingly keen to teach us about them. Some were tempted to take up on the offer, save that the nation we have a nation to defend. Far be it for me to belittle all the bards out there, but I like my chances better being charged into battle with quiver than a harp. By the sparkle in your eyes, I'd wager you have an interest in song and poetry. Okay. Yep, alright, I'll go talk to him and persuade him to train you. By singing. This is a great idea. When you start Heaven's Word, it might be worth doing the 30-50 quests. Because... yeah, I was going to say, I kind of can't do that, I think. At least not in some of them. Some of the quests I haven't done at all. What's that outfit? Aw, well, it's gone. Alright, I'll sing in real life. It's over now. I know inside. No one must ever know. The sorry tale of Edward Hyde. And those who died. No one must ever know. Another guest. You're kind to pay me a visit, young one. Naught gives us elderly folk more pleasure than the company of the young. Add to that a steaming pot of tea and the beauty of the 12's wood, and we can want for a little more. Ah, but the curl of your lip tells me tea and scenery are not what you desire. You desire archery. Well, I'm going to disappoint you. I am the one they called the God's Bow, but that was another life. I have long cast aside my bow, taking instead a harp to my breast. For years I have lived as a bard. Creation, beauty through song. To be sure, I have the eyes to recognize a promising archer when I see one, and you, young one, have promise. Keep your nose to the grindstone, and one day you may count yourself a virtuoso of the bow. Yet no, the virtuoso is worthless without virtue. The eyes, the words of the ballad of the vainglorious fool tell us this much. You truly wish to remain and learn poetry? Well, well, well. I thought nobody liked the bard class. You intrigue me. I do believe a certain friend of mine will have the same opinion. You should talk to them. So, well, there's a Moogle. Mugo? Named Pukino. Go talk to him. He will tell you if you can become a bard. And then he sings for a second. Oh god, Omega Legion. Wow. Yeah, Bard was actually one of the very last ones I did. So, while it's not exactly your situation, I want you to imagine having done multiple other 30 to 50 quest chains, pretty much back to back, and been like, hey, this is pretty cool. Hey, this is pretty cool. And then doing Bard dead last and being like, what is this nonsense? This happened. It's so embarrassing. A blunder for the ages. You understand what I'm saying, don't you? That's a rare talent, but you've got me at a bad time. Now, be a good adventurer and show yourself out. Wait, Jahentel sent you? Oh, you should have said so sooner, Kupo. You do know Jahentel's no ordinary bard. Yes, his songs can do magical effects. Yeah, that's nice. Hearing him sing is like bathing in sunbeam. I've asked, begged, and pleaded more times than I could care to count for him to stay and sing. Only he has deigned his foot here again, but he's refusing to sing. Blatant breach of promise. What's this? Why, your being resonates with a chord similar to his, even identical. By the 12th. This means things may yet turn out as planned. Well, you may have to surpass the man, and that's saying a lot. Oh, your coming is so excited me, my predicament nigh escaped my mind. There's a charm I meant to give him, but it was stolen, and as I napped, I roused just in time to espy the thief. Alas, drowsiness robbed me of my balance, and I was delayed by this tree. He was an overbold brigand. He, or maybe she, was going toward the Taker's Rot. Okay. Up to Taker's Rot. Don't mind me, fellow level 30s. Yeah, I was going to say, this level 30 archer, not bard, and going through all this nonsense right here, this is a problem ARR quests have several times. The actual goal here is to get to that spot in the end there. You can see it sparkling. But you have to go through all this nonsense. And trust me, at level 30, without a flying mount, good freaking luck. And yeah, Archer kind of sucks before some of the Bard abilities really start to kick in. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's 1 dot, 2 dots, 1 off cooldown ability, which is 4 here, Bloodletter, a crap AoE, and a filler attack, and that's it. So, that sucks. But again, this is a semi-common problem with ARR. They had the mentality back then of, well, honestly, of EverQuest or Asheron's Call. Both did it. The quest design being send you into a dangerous area and then have you leave the dangerous area. Lotro has this problem all over the place. There's a quest in Lotro where there's this area which is probably about the size of this entire zone, this subzone, this section right here. And it's just filled to the brim with elites. You get a quest from over here to go over here. And then back. It is exactly as horrible as it sounds. And that is a fairly normal quest design for that game. No, I drink from ham, but thank you for asking. So yeah, I'm leaning towards another negative, not an aggregate, for this crap. Yeah, actually, yeah, Tor did the exact same damn thing. And, frankly, so did WoW. WoW got out of this habit around Cataclysm, actually. But this used to be pretty normal quest design. It's obvious why, in hindsight. It's not to make a better game or to make a more enjoyable experience. It's to make a longer experience that keeps you playing longer. See you around, Blue Felix. So that was why people did it. That's why so many MMOs did this quest approach. Go slog through this crap where if you die, you lose all progress. And because that's how it works. That's the really bad thing. So let's say you're going through this little mini area up here, right? Let's say you get up into the cave, and the 3 enemies in there aggro you, along with 1 you carried in with you. 4 enemies by yourself, you die. Guess what happens? You start all over again. Because you respawn wherever, warp to Quarry Mill, come back, and all the enemies are back because they've respawned. Yeah, no, so this is the final reason why I'm probably going to give a negative to each of these quests. It's not just the go run around and gather stuff. That's merely an additional problem on top of the other problems. Stuff like this is why several of these quests are going to be negatives to gameplay. Individually. I agree with that, by the way, Casual. Kata is when they really started to go somewhere with quests in WoW. They really got good in Warlords, I know, of all expansions. But it's true. Warlords started doing some really cool things with quests. So, moving on. But that's also why we're going to do it case by case. We're not just going to give 15 negatives to gameplay right now. We're going to decide as we go. I do want to be fair. It just that just has to go in both directions. So, hey, I got your thing. A cunning rogue, am I? I suppose I should explain. He and I go way back to when I first took the harp. I made a promise, that one that I have yet to make good on. He has long desired I remain of the 12's to sing for the rest of my days. Regrettably, I have been too ill to oblige him. Duty called, you see. I had battlefields to stand upon and comrades to protect. Moreover, an event came. That would be... I thought by taking eager souls such as you, mayhap it would suffice to appease him. Of course, he saw straight through my ruse. What the Moogles lack in grace, they make up for in wit. The creatures are great lovers of song. That you return to us with this charm is proof positive of his high regard for your potential as bard and archer both. Charm is a crystal known as the soul of the bard. Bookno asked that you bring it to me, but he meant only for you to have it. It's a gift from the Moogles, bestowed upon those they deem worthy of walking the path of the bard. Okay, I'm just going to skip through this because this is all extraordinarily boring. I get it. Music and song are magic. Although, if memory serves, they don't even explain why or how. Monk is explained. We literally channel ether through us, and we effectively empower ourselves with magic. I talked about this yesterday when we were talking about the nature of how ether works, right? You know, even a paladin uses ether to do their magical attacks, right? Yeah, each of these classes, there's some logical in-universe explanation for how their effects have magical impact. I don't remember them saying what Bard does. Maybe they will. We'll find out. Take that stupid helmet off. We'll see. Yeah, Bards sing. Okay. Anyway, so. Why did I abandon the battlefield? I took an arrow to the knee, is what most folks believe. His words, not mine. But it is quite clear you are not most folk. Very well. I shan't insult your intelligence with an untruth. For now, allow me to answer by saying that everything in creation is given to change, and man most of all. I was drawn to the power of song, the power to touch the souls of men. That's called necromancy. Power is all but forgotten in the age of cynicism. Such songs as those performed by tavern bards serve no purpose beyond the amusement of drunkards. But that will not always be the way of it. There's a time when song could shape a conflict. That enemy is like just desperately trying to aggro me. And he's like, no, he's level 80. I can't aggro him. That's not always the way of it. There was a time when song could shape a conflict. Yep, okay. So, they used to sing. Yep, okay. Yep, uh-huh. 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 Okay. Yep. Okay. So, let me summarize what he just said. There used to be bards who would support conflict, who would support armies in conflict. God, I'm starting to remember why I didn't like this quest art. I'm not even joking. That is actually what he just talked about. There used to be bards who would support people in combat. And it's just, uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. Dream Whisper asks if Bard is fun at 90. I will say Bard is fun at 80. It's not quite my thing. I obviously have not pushed it to 90 yet. But it is enjoyable enough. It's just I prefer Dancer because Dancer is just a better designed class, in my opinion. And more to the point, Dancer looks way cooler. Disco says, is there any question in science you're sad is unanswerable? There are unanswerable questions? Disco says, what Pokemon song do you think of when you think of Gen 1? Ear-piercing irritation? I don't have a lot of nostalgia for Gen 1. I didn't like Gen 1. But Gen 2, that's a little trickier. Give me a moment. Give me a sec, give me a sec. If I had to pick one from Gen 2... it would probably be... and I'm looking for it here. Give me a sec. Probably this one. I don't want to be copy-wronged, but that's Goldenrod. I actually unironically like Gen 2's music. And I didn't really codify that opinion until recently. There was a GDQ, this was a couple years ago, where they did a Pokemon Gen 1 thing and then a Pokemon Gen 2 thing pretty much back-to-back, right? Just one and then the other. And it was just weird to me how going immediately from Gen 1 to Gen 2 was such a jump up in the quality of the music, specifically. Like, Gen 1 didn't have, you know, all terrible music or anything like that. But you could tell they were just kind of throwing things together and hoping for the best. Occasionally there are some decent songs, and then there's the rest of it. By contrast, Gen 2 felt like they had figured out what they were doing with the limitations of the Game Boy and how to turn it into actual music. So we have Gen 2. Okay, that's cool. Alright. What did I learn? Warden's Paean. Quick, in chat, without looking it up, without Googling it, what's Paean mean? It's an odd time for recollection, but it was a spring day when a bard came to my hometown. He sang, "Many a maiden's heart was stolen, and doubtless more beside." Would you believe that common bards were born of archers? Sure. What becomes of soldiers when conflict gives way to peacetime? They took up the harp! Alas, their popularity proved their downfall. Intoxicated by the attentions of the masses, they embellished their songs to outbid one another. Bards would never embellish conflicts and... It is, in fact, a particular type of song, yes. The Paean of the Bell rings out a melody from hell, and deep inside the darkness drowns a beating fell beast's heart. I'm sorry for not reading this out loud, but it's just... come on. There's a massacre of Griffin Crossing, this is actually referenced earlier. A battle that took place decades past, wherein countless Gridanian lives came to a premature end. Okay. But I'll tell you about this before you have to... okay. Let's go way over here. Disco says, will I be covering PvP? Kind of? If so, when? About 5 days ago. Give or take. I don't remember the exact day, but we've already done it. Umbral Magma says, if they would allow you to select any job at creation, which city-state would they start in? Okay, what? I don't understand the question. Help me out here. My brain, no worky. Words, no funky. always funny to me to see how many hunting log things I haven't filled out for the classes I don't care that much about. God, it's some pigs or goats or something. I'm not actually sure what those are. Melody resounds within me. Go back. Okay. Back I go. I actually agree with that, Omega Legion. I think the hunting log was a decent idea. It's a bonus way to kind of encourage you to seek out certain mobs and kill them, and reward you for doing something other than anything else. Like, you know me, I'm always in favor of variety when it comes to leveling or progression. So, adding in the hunting log was another method of progression. Seeking out specific enemies. I'm with it. Welcome back. You should level up some more. Okay. But yes, the Predator mount does actually exist in lore. I'm not sure if I technically have one. Hey, the army's paying. I'm not sure if I have one in lore, because the only mounts I know we have in lore are the Chocobo and the Black Chocobo. But hang on a second. Oh, wrong thing. Predator series Warmachna were originally designed in an attempt to improve the Magitech Reaper killing potential via addition of close-quarter weaponry. While the extra firepower led to a higher kill ratio, the weight it added severely hampered maneuverability. This unique model, however, appears to have had its weapons removed and replaced with an experimental propulsion engine. Oh yeah, and Betsy, sorry, and Betsy. I tend to forget about Betsy because she's just so ugly and terrible. Welcome back. Time I teach you the Ballad of the Vainglorious Fool. It's a tale of the archer of God's Quarter whose peerless skill has surpassed only by his hubris. Yeah, I figured that it was you, like 3 quests ago. Standing guard in dead of night, an archer wearying of the sight, drunk on pride and starved of glory, forsook his post to claim victory. 10 score yalms had the archer crept when shrieks rang out from whence his comrades slept. For he was not there to see the knives, nor ring the bell and save his lives. Tell me, lore, what lessons can be learned from this tale? Ah, hold that thought. What you say interests me not. As before, I'd sooner have demonstrated the fruits of learning. So, we're going to go to this spot. We're going to place a bouquet of lilies. Probably kill some enemies. So if I was to make a new character today, you would pick a class, and depending on the class, you would start in a city-state. Okay, I'm with you so far, Ambral Magnus. This is a true statement. That's why I recommend starter players play either a pugilist or a gladiator. Because, you know, we'll Oh god, we totally are, Dakota. Oh, yep, no, that's an instance. Ixel! No! The enemy Vaughn! Van! Wait, no, it's a Makote. Why do I still draw breath? I must commit suicide! Don't worry, I got your back. Right after I kill these. Then I'll kill you. If If you're wondering why my boots look so nice, this is actually my dancer outfit, technically. It's the same outfit. Just my dancer and my archer, or my bard, excuse me, wear the same gear. Aw. It's funny considering that I think at least some of the hats you can wear as Viera. Like where the airs just go through them. As you have doubtless noticed, I am no longer capable of wielding a bow. I, whom they call the God's Bow. I had hoped all the years would take the edge off the memories, but I hoped in vain. Absolution does not come so easily. Heed me well, Lord, for all shall be revealed to you. The man sung in the Ballad of the Vainglorious Fool, whose hubris doomed an entire regiment. He and I are one of the same. Lorshok. Being no stranger to the bow, you will know that the archer's role in battle is that of support. His charge is to thin out the line, that his comrades might gain ground. By that most basic criteria, I was unfit to hold a bow from the first. In my pride and lust for glory, I sent countless souls to a bloody grave, good men and women all, with loved ones and bright futures. I lost the will to live that day, becoming an empty husk of a man, tormented in sleep and wakefulness both by the memories of my crime. But the gods were not without mercy. They gifted me song, that I might find a measure of solace in my wretched existence. New melody resounds within you. Though this outing was far departed from what I had in mind, that it still bore fruit gives me comfort. On that note, let us conclude. I dare say I have no cause to worry you will repeat the selfsame mistake of the Vainglorious Fool. No, I'm a Star Destroyer. And if you've been paying attention, you know a Star Destroyer is worthless without their support. Reggie asks, what jobs from the series that haven't been added yet would you like to... I think it's the third time total we've talked about that. So I'm going to give you the canned answer first. None. This game has too many jobs as is. It does not need more. However, if you put a gun to my head and start screaming and smashing me in the face until blood and viscera are just pouring down my face, and I can barely speak for all the gaping wounds you've opened up in my cavernous maw, then I would go with Alchemist, and I've actually already talked about what I would do with it. At length, even. Which I shan't bore you with now. Okay. Yes, Omega Legion. Omega Legion asks, would you say this goes into more detail on the variety and concept of Magitech than the other FFs do? And the answer to that is absolutely yes. Okay, I will sing for you. Good performance. Thank you for not making me do it on camera. Hearing your song, I'm convinced you're well on your way to surpassing me. So, you need to go get some gear. God, I remember looking at the 50 gear the first time and just being like, what? In short, he never got the gear that the Mughals laid out for him because of the aforementioned Severe Survivor Guild. So now, he wants us to go get it, since, you know, he never did. I actually agree with your first point, Omega Legion. Not sure I agree with the second, but I do agree with the former. I mean, I've said this before and I've said this again. If you look at ARR through the lens of, oh god, please keep playing our MMO, we desperately need our players to have lots of stuff to do to fill their time so they stay subbed, so we don't go bankrupt, then a lot of ARR's gameplay design decisions make a lot of sense. Problem with that is I have a saying, which I stand behind very firmly. No matter why it sucks, it still sucks. Not sure about the second thing. This is something Kata mentioned as well, you know, trying to encourage people to explore the world. I'm not sure how much I agree with that one. I don't know. What series I would love a crossover event with in the game? With Metroid Dread? They do, Omega Legion. And we will actually have a lengthy discussion about Ether Currents when we get to Endwalker. But we will also have to discuss it in Heavensward and Stormblood and Shadowbringers. Because, yeah, Ether Currents, you're right, they fulfill the same function. They take longer, you know, they force you to play longer, and they encourage you to go and explore the areas. Oh, so you're asking which crossover event I wanted this game. I think that's the third time we've heard that question, too. So, as it happens, I have a canned response ready for you. See, the first... When the burger's actually falling, sometimes it'll fall on one of the enemies. What we do is we combine burger time with FF14. There you go. Boom. See, it's only funny if you've ever heard of burger time or played it. Ugh, burger time. Alright, I've got it. Let's waste an entire Alliance raid on a crossover event. With Nier! That way we can have sexy women that are sexy men and sexy. I think, right? I'm pretty sure that's what Nier is about at its core. So there are two obvious answers for crossover boss encounters in this game. Those answers are Kingdom Hearts and Chrono Trigger. We have actually talked about this extensively in both directions. I don't know what else to add to that, really. Chrono Trigger is an obvious fit. Almost every boss in Chrono Trigger could easily be turned into an interesting boss fight in 14. And in Kingdom Hearts, you have the Organization 13. And you can even have an entire series of transmog based on it. So... in both cases, it's almost a duh, but I stand by the answers. What about Dragon Quest? No. I don't think Dragon Quest fits FF14 at all, to be completely honest. Stylistically, not the same at all. Tonally, it's a completely different approach. The boss design in Dragon Quest is not. And there's not really much you can do narratively with it, so I would actually put Dragon Quest at the bottom of the list. That's just, eh. So I got your gear. I got your negative to gameplay. So it's time to get the final piece. When I put down my bow, I vowed never again to set foot in the 12's Wood. I have forsaken my oath for no other reason than to impart my knowledge to the one who will succeed me. Lest you wonder why I deemed this so important, permit me to relate to an event that brought about a great change in me. My most recent journey took me to Ul'dah, where I found myself ambling through the marketplace early one morn. Browsing the wares on display, my eyes were met with a relic from the past, a piece of the coral attire I had discarded decades before, countless malms away. I felt at once it was not mere chance that reunited it with me, and put forth the coin with nary a pause. Holding the garment in hands, I had resolved to find an heir to my legacy. Alas! No sooner had I arrived in the 12's Wood than I found myself mobbed by archers seeking to hone their skills. Among those who came, not one showed the least interest in poetry and verse. Sorely discouraged and regretting my decision, I returned to strike camp and leave the 12's Woods once more, never to return. Then you appeared. When you expressed your desire to learn song, I could scarcely contain my joy. Looking back, I'm fully convinced our meeting had been preordained, and your coming instilled in me the courage to attend the matter of which I spoke earlier. I'm ready! The pilgrimage to the site of my regiment's demise. Ever since that fateful day, I've been haunted by visions of my fallen comrades, torment graven upon their bloodied faces. Lost to hope, too craven to end my own life, I wandered the land aimlessly, seeking a place to die. By the way, suicide. But the heavens denied me even that. Yet, when it seemed despair would draw me wholly into its black abyss, a melody resounded within me. And then I awoke in the power of song. I embarked on a journey to master such verses as would bestow peace to the fallen, that it might lay the tortured souls of my comrades to rest. It's taken me years, but I believe I have a requiem worthy of my comrades. So, I would have you escort me there, in Kurthus, the scene of my regiment's demise. Your presence kindles within me a courage I had thought lost. I would have none other by my side as I undertake this pilgrimage. So, I will go, you will sing, I will kill, and we'll see what happens to the souls of the damned. I don't mind saying that we're kind of already seen all the story for Bard that there is to see. So yeah, I was about to ask, what do y'all think of this one? How's it feeling? While I wait for an answer from that, Disco says, would Sephiroth be too obvious pandering? This might sound weird. I don't actually think Sephiroth would be a really good fit for FF14. I know that sounds strange, but we've seen Sephiroth as an optional and super optional boss in other games before. His whole shtick in every time they showcase him is he is very, very fast and very, very powerful. I don't think that kind of approach works for a game as slow-paced as FF14's combat. This is a weird comparison, but I think Sephiroth would be a better boss fight in WoW than he would in FF14. Just in terms of gameplay. Yeah, I don't mind personal stories, but this is all about him, and it was made very clear in, like, the second quest what this was all about. We've just kind of been beating the same point over and over again the entire time. You know, ironically, I think Death Knight Arthas would make a pretty cool boss fight in FF14. Nice, big, heavy attacks, lots of additional magic, Death Knight abilities, Lich King abilities. Like, I think they can do a lot with that, legitimately. If they wanted to be really clever with it, they could do a thing where, you know, if you die in the fight, you get back up again, and then your comrades have to deal with undead you. In addition to, you know, everything else. Yeah, exactly, Dream Whisper. I'm not sure this is negative territory in terms of story, but it's definitely not positive. It's weird. I'm starting to remember why this was so unmemorable in terms of narrative. Without you, I'd not be standing here this day. Thank you. You're welcome. Forgive me, my friends. I have kept you waiting over long. Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, no? Keeper be praised. I can wield a bow once more. That was probably just instinct, dude. Not that that's bad. But that was a reflex. It was you, young one, who reminded me how to kill. Thank you for teaching me to kill again. Farscape reference. So, here's the final piece of coral attire. Thanks. I will never wear this. In fact, I think I deleted it. Throughout the season's turn, bending a man's back and dimming his eyes. As long as there is life, there is hope. You're welcome. Or, thank you. And then I say, you're welcome. With the blood of my comrades on my hands, to simply draw breath racked me with as much guilt as I could not bear. But the time for mourning is past. I shall take up the bow and aid the gods' quiver. Well, good luck with that. I mean, you're right, Omega Legion. That is exactly the style FF14 tends to do. Here's the boss fight. Nah, I'm just kidding. Cutscene. Here's the actual boss fight. Ultima. So what are we thinking? A wash? Plus? Negative? 30 negatives? 80 negatives? Like, give me some feedback here. What are we thinking? Yeah, like it or not, WoW's approach to boss design is just so different than 14's. The actual Lich King fight is one of the best boss fights in the entirety of WoW. But there's not a lot of emotion in it. There's not a lot of big epicness into it. It's just an extraordinarily well-designed fight. It's one of those fights that would probably get multiple pluses to gameplay, and probably no pluses to story. No negatives, but, you know. Yeah, meh. I think we'll just call it a wash, I guess. I don't know. That was... No, lore. No, you need to be fair. You need to be fair. Negative to story. Oh, I agree, Magister. It's one of the reasons why I continue to hammer the point that WoW and FF14 really are very different beasts, despite both being, seemingly similar. The very substructure of both games is fundamentally different. I'm not sure, Blade Traval. Like, I can think of several WoW bosses that would absolutely be the 3 positive to gameplay range, because they're just some of the best boss fights in gaming. Never mind MMOs. Like, Blackhand is a good example in Warlords. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant fight. Beautifully designed. Beautifully constructed. Just perfection. That fight is so damn good. Like, and that's kind of the bar, right? How many fights in FF14 are as good as Blackhand Mythic? Is there such a thing? You know, like, I'm not even sure. We'll judge that as we go. Okay, so we did Bard. I know I said I was going to wait on it, but honestly, let's just knock this out. Let's just go ahead and do Dragoon. Oh, I agree, Omega Legion. I firmly think that one of the biggest problems WoW has is their management team. And given what has come to light over the last year with regards to the mismanagement and the toxic work environment, that kind of tracks, doesn't it? I firmly think that WoW, with a good, strong, cohesive mainliner, could actually nail the narrative axis in the way that they frankly should. They've got so much potential on the story axis, and they just barely use it. Agreed, Dream Whisperer. Absolutely agreed. But anyways, enough about WoW. Let's talk about Alpha 14 sucks! This game sucks! Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. So, Rax, if you're watching on the VOD, remember how I deleted the Exarch staff sphere? Well, I need to go buy another one now. Because I need to be a Lancer to start the Dragoon quest. God damn it! I'm gonna delete this one too. But... That's it. Yep, there it is. I don't even care. Here's 13,000 gil. Go away. God damn it. Oh god, I actually have, like, all the gear. Where did this come from? Why do I have this gear on me? This is confusing. I was doing New Game Plus. Why do I have this crap? It didn't even give me the final piece. You know, the breastplate. It's confusing. Where did this come from? Whatever. Now, so one of the things that is a fundamental story problem with WoW is... I'm trying to think how to phrase this. So I had a whole speech. I actually have a written up, prepared speech. I've already given it. About the difference between the main character approach of WoW and FF14. And I gave my evidence for how in FF14 there is only one Warrior of Light. But in WoW there's, I think I came up with like 15 different main characters. Now that's the approach and that's the design and blah, blah, blah. But the problem with that, which, you know, I don't even care at this point. The problem with that from a narrative perspective is how do you tell a story about you being a part of the party, which also happens to include, you know, 20 other people who are in lore also PCs. Now, I'm not saying that's impossible. I'm just saying that if I was in charge of WoW, if I was the mainliner, that would be the first thing I would start with. Okay, how do we tell an engaging story centered around 20 PCs? I dare say you might be the right man for the job. The guild has urgent need of a capable Lancer. Hear me out. I've received word from Nish Guardian friend to the effects that he requires our aid. Okay. In spite of her self-imposed isolation, the Holy See has never failed to honor her obligations to her allies. It's only fitting we answer the call and lend assistance when we can. So, we are dealing with a matter of some sensitivity, best handled by individuals who are capable and trustworthy, like a mostly nude, tall man with a glowing spear. Secrecy being paramount, I can provide no details. Okay. I'm looking for Sir Alberic in the Observatorium. Okay, I can do that. Listen, Robostal, it's not my fault that this game sucks. That is the worst game ever. I'm just going to stream WoW, if that's cool. No, you're absolutely right, Disco. The problem here, well, if it's a problem, it's debatable, but the issue, the complexity, is that WoW is designed to be an RTS at its narrative core. You are part of a unit doing stuff, as opposed to FF, which is at its core a party-based game. You are one of 3 or 4 individuals doing things, right? And I don't mean that in a gameplay way. I mean that in a narrative way. And frankly, WoW has almost never satisfactorily solved that problem. Some of the few moments where WoW has done it properly is when they just pretend the other characters don't exist, and they just make you the main character. Cough, cough, Pandaria. Ah, you must be the adventurer of whom Gawain sent word. Greetings and well met. I am Sir Alberic Bale, Knight of Ishgard. The Holy See is much obliged to see you, to you for your aid. Time being of the essence, I shall proceed straight to the heart of the matter. The Eye, the Ishgardian relic of immeasurable worth, has been stolen. We have reason to believe the culprit came this way, so we ask your assistance in its recovery. The thief was a man named Istinian, a dragoon sworn to the service of the Holy See. Ah, you heard true. The crime was perpetrated by one of our own, an individual in a position of trust and no little honor. You may assure a fate worse than death awaits him upon capture. My duties to the sea afford me little opportunity to travel beyond the walls of Ishgard. I must confess to a grave ignorance of recent Gridanian affairs. I was told that a sentry by the name of Gridaniel might have knowledge of the route. I would prefer to keep my identity a secret, thus you will be the one to talk to them. Istinian is... Yeah, I've already said too much. When last sighted, he was clad in black armor. Go find him. Speak not a word to anyone. Yeah, that's right. That Istinian. Reminder, we haven't covered Heavensward yet, so that's in the realm of nope. Routes favored by Ishgardian fugitives. That's a question I don't hear every day. You aren't plotting unsavory acts, are you? No. Well, even if you were, I doubt you'd make it far. Any road. We've caught a few fleeing to the North Shroud. Well, with Gridania being home to nearly as many Ilazan as Ishgard, it's no easy task to identify outsiders. If you're on the hunt, you could do worse than visit this spire in the North Shroud. Okay, I'll go there. This is a very minor irritant. Hey, hang on. I'm not going to give this a negative, but one thing that contributes to the seconds and minutes problem with this game is I want to click the quest. And I click the map button. But it brings me here. Why does it bring me to this screen? When the screen I need is at least this screen. Or possibly even this screen. Why does hitting the map button push me out here? I see no reason for that. I did it! I completed my fate. Anyway, sorry. Let's stop talking about WoW. So Blade Travel says, would it be better to say WoW is telling the story of WoW through the setting through the PC's point of view, whereas FF14 is telling the story of the PC and FF14 setting? Actually, yeah. I kind of feel that. But I do have one last thing to say about the storytelling thing. Some people say FF14 has a better story than WoW. I don't quite agree with that. I think FF14 has a better told story than WoW. I think at least part of that... Wow, that's a weird water effect. Look at my hair. I think at least a portion of why that is because of the fact that we are the main character. It is substantially easier to write a story around a main character than around a blank slate of cardboard that can be any race, or any class, or any spec, from any background. You get the idea, right? This is one of the reasons why Guild Wars 2 has a better story in many ways, arguably, than both games. Because Guild Wars 2 has a main character, who has a voice actor or actress, who is a character separate from the player. So they can actually do a lot of stuff. They can have character arcs for the main character, because they have a character. They can do things like have impact, and relationships, and friendships, and enemies, and all sorts of things, because there's a character there to work with. It is one of the great problems with blank slate character stories. Like, there's a value to it, and I'm not saying that there isn't, but we're trying to tell an epic story with a piece of cardboard over there. That piece of cardboard, for all intents and purposes, isn't part of the story. You know? And Tor is an interesting example, because Tor actually pulls the Guild Wars 2. The Guild Wars 2 trick as well. No, seriously. Because you are a character in Tor. The thing is, you are one of 2 characters, and you decide in every single conversation which of those 2 characters you are. You bounce back and forth between them, but there's absolutely nothing preventing you from being to I will do everything in my power to help, and then in the same cutscene. You see my point? Tor was written for 2 characters per main character, and you just choose which one you're playing in any given line of dialogue. It works. I'm not dismissing it. I'm just saying they do the same thing Guild Wars 2 did. And I really disagree with that one, Omega Legion, but before I actually go into details on why I disagree with that, I have to ask, how far have you gotten into Guild Wars 2? Because that changes things a little bit. It was, hi, yes, Ishgardian Knight, clad in black armor. Nope. Really? Just straight up nope? Okay. Well, that's one of the reasons why whenever I suggest people play Tor, and I have many times because it's got some good stuff to it, I usually suggest you play light side Sith Warrior, and you just stick with that side so you have that consistent character. Or, you know, dark side Sith Inquisitor, or whatever, right? You can switch back and forth if you want, but it's gonna seem a little bipolar, because it literally is. No luck. Curious why it's nigh impossible that a fugitive could make it this far without being espied from Florental's spire. Which leaves the possibility your man is still in Ishgard. It runs counter to good sense. Would the fugitive not want to put distance of grounds between him and his pursuers, but by process of deduction, it is a possibility. The climes of Ishgard are not kind to drifters and vagabonds. That said, there's been talk of curious smoke wafting from a cave east of here. Really? Right. Yep, so that doesn't surprise me, Omega Legion. So I should probably mention that the main character of Guild Wars 2 doesn't even start being a main character in Guild Wars 2 until Heart of Thorns. And they don't actually, you know, really go anywhere with it until, honestly, Path of Fire. I will not spoil why, or specifics, but let's just say that there are some really good cutscenes and really good story beats for our character in Path of Fire. And the Brood of Ice, the Ice Brood arc, too. Oh no! It's Cain! That Ishgard would resort to sending coin-starved adventurers after me. I know not whether to laugh or feel insulted. I mean, no, I can't say that the Warrior of Light is not a character after Shadowbringers. But I would say the Warrior of Light is only the beginnings of a character after Shadowbringers. Kind of like the aforementioned comment about Guild Wars 2. You just start becoming a character at this point, you know. Oh, I agree with that, Von Falkenstein. Preposterous. Our paths shall cross again. You shall be sure of it. Okay. You don't... Bye, Cain. But yes, Guild Wars 2, every MMO has the vanilla problem to some extent or another, including the one we're playing right now. Guild Wars 2 probably has it the worst by far. Guild Wars 2 initial experience is not only mandatory and just not... How do I explain this? Imagine if, for those of you who know FF14, imagine if you had to play for the FF14 1.0 for a bit, not a super long time, but just a bit, like an hour or two, and then you were forced to play ARR for way too damn long. Like, imagine it was double the length that it is. And then all of a sudden you get to Heart of Thorns, and then you jump forward to, well, you know, Heavensward, and you kind of get the idea. I'm not making my point clear. Guild Wars 2 Vanilla is not just worse, it's actually a different game. It is fundamentally and functionally a different game than the rest of Guild Wars 2. I don't know how better to put that. Once you get to Heart of Thorns, you are now playing a new game, and it only gets better from there. So Heart of Thorns is ARR, let me put it that way. A Dragoon clad in black. Tell me all that transpired. Explain. By the fury that the eye would choose another. I had not thought it possible. In light of recent events, it would seem an explanation is in order. The eye is no ordinary relic. It harbors the power of a dragon, which it bestows upon a single chosen soul, the strongest and wisest Dragoon. He who is chosen is possessed of the power to fight mortal foes, the dragons of Gridania, on equal footing, soaring the firmament as if an extension of the land. The man is known as the Azure Dragoon. The Azure Dragoon is the light and hope for all Ishgardians, the paragon of all Dragoons. For this reason, you may imagine how it pains me to confess that the man you encountered, the thief, is none other than the Azure Dragoon. I was once his teacher. Needless to say, I can acknowledge myself accountable for his misdeeds, and mean to do all my power to find him, but I can't do this alone. I require your help, you who have received the power of the dragon. You may labor to believe it, but there is no mistake. The soul of the Dragoon I bear glows in your presence. Irrefutable proof that you are the chosen, which I can ill explain, however, is the why of it. Never before in Ishgard's long history has the Eye roused to more than one individual in a single generation, but it avails us not to cudgel our brains about it. The fact of the matter is you now are a vessel for the power of the dragon. The dragon lies yet in slumber, and you must need the soul. Here, I will give you my soul. I have no inkling what's going on with the Eye, but we must save the other Azure Dragoon. Cool. Please stop talking. Please stop talking. Please stop talking! Because I had to be a Lancer on Falkenstein. Yeah, speaking of which, now that we've unlocked clothes, let's become a Dragoon. There we go. Much better. It is pleasing to see how readily the dragon stirs within you. You suddenly are wearing clothes and everything. You show great potential. Potential that may well prove the difference between victory and defeat. Estinian is no ordinary Dragoon. Even when set against legendary Azures of ages past, the man is considered second to none, such as his prowess. In fact, the day he was chosen by the Eye, it was proclaimed that Haldrath the Dragon's Eye had been reborn. I mean not to disparage your skills, but to pursue Estinian in your current state would be tantamount to suicide. As promised, I shall train you in the way of the Dragoon, that you might face Estinian as equal. Before we commence, however, it's only fitting you are edified regarding our origins. It all began in millennia past, thousands and thousands of years ago, when our forebears resided in the southern plains of humble circumstance. The Fury, impressed by the spirit of our ancestors, decided it was meet that she make them her own. So did she appear before Haldrath's sire, a man named Thordan, and bade him lead her people to the promised land, to what would become the great nation of Ishgard. Their journey brought them to a wide chasm, whereupon Thordan and his people set to building a bridge. It was then that a dark shadow descended upon them, the great worm Nidhogg. Heedless of his own safety, Thordan fearlessly charged at the colossal beast. Alas, he was pushed into the chasm by one of his own, a man seduced by the worm, and fell to his death. You're taking notes, right? You notice I'm bothering to read all of this one out loud. Taking up his slain sire's lance, Haldrath hurled himself at Nidhogg, even as tears streamed down his face. The confrontation ended when the young man, his hand guided by Halone, who is totally real, wink wink, landed a mighty thrust that prized out Nidhogg's eye. With a terrible roar of pain, the great worm took wing and fled while jubilation reigned below. Ishgard, no, this will be on the test. Ishgard's priceless relic is none other than the eye taken from Nidhogg that day. It is a veritable wellspring of dragon power. Even so removed from its owner, it can exert control over the hearts of men. Haldrath himself felt its malign influence, but his love of justice brooked no corruption. He prevailed over the power, claiming it for his own. And so it was the first Azure Dragoon was born. A being derived from foe, the power of the dragon is a thing to be loathed. But as Haldrath proved to us all, so long as our hearts burn with justice, we need not fear being taken in its thrall. But what is justice precisely? The balancing of the scales? Justice assumes many shapes and forms, and none can say that one is greater than another. So long as you hold fast to your beliefs, stay true to yourself, leave no room for the power of the dragon to master you. But enough of history. A knight by the name of Sir Brucemont will see you to the next stage of your training. Okay. Yep, I have my clothes and my mount back, and I'm a Dragoon. Life is good. What is that ability? Oh, right. Yeah, I know what that is. Oh, let's see here. Oh, yeah, so I feel like I answered your question, Fife, but in case I failed at it, would I recommend Guild Wars 2 to someone who's played WoW or FF14? Guild Wars 2 takes a very long time to get good. Longer than any of the other MMOs. You can kind of blitz ARR. You really can, especially if someone is telling you what you have to do and what you don't have to do. And just smash through ARR in a very short period of time. I know we've taken a long time, but that's because we're covering all of it. Guild Wars 2, there's no blitzing. There's no smashing through the content. You're just stuck in one long, endless slog over and over. Yeah, you know how you level in Guild Wars 2 vanilla? You do fates. That's it. Over and over and over. It is not fun. And what's worse is all the cool class stuff doesn't even unlock until you get to Heart of Thorns. So you don't even get the things that make the gameplay actually fun or interesting. So the adventurer seeks to become a dragoon. Ha! Sir Albrecht speaks of legends and chosen ones. I would see you defend yourself in a more practical sense. Oh my god! It's a death gaze! Okay, what else you got? You have some skill, I'll give you that. And the glow of your soul crystal. Maybe he was wrong about you. Maybe he was not wrong about you, excuse me. Your training is complete. Okay. Is Guild Wars 2 better than Guild Wars 1? That's a tricky question. Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 1 are very, very, very different games. That's like comparing Final Fantasy 1 to Final Fantasy X-2. That's probably a bad example, but my overall point is that they are such different games, it's actually hard to compare them directly. Nah, he's fine, Disco, he's fine. Yeah, Guild Wars 1 is a single-player RPG, and it follows the same pattern that most games do. The first expansion is not good, the second expansion is better, and the third expansion is amazing. Like, that's pretty normal, right? Yeah, or yeah, FF1 to FF12, that's actually an even better comparison. Guild Wars 2 is designed much more to be an ARPG and MMO. He's probably not there, Disco. The soul of the dragon grows ever stronger within you. Clearly your trial was a rousing success. I need only observe your crystal to know as much. Though you've only begun to walk the path of the Dragoon, it's clear you possess the talent to become a Stydian's equal. Go forth and make the powers you have obtained your own. When the time is right, we shall proceed. Okay. How much is it worth to you, Disco? Please don't donate. What did we learn? Elusive jump. The worst of all the jumps. That would be this one, by the way. Alright, time to fight Titan. Ah! You grow ever stronger, and I speak of more than just flesh. Ah, you are slowly but surely realizing your potential as the Azure Dragoon. It is heartening to look upon, though I must confess my presiding feeling is one of relief. You must understand the mere thought that the eye would choose an outsider who ill comprehends the threat posed by the dragons is something that fills me with gravest of misgivings, but you have... I shall say no more, lest flattery impede your improvement. Now, during your last lesson, I enlightened you regarding the origin of the Dragoons. You will recall, this will be on the test, Haldreth heroically triumphed over the great worm Needhog, and Ishgard came into possession of the Eye. Do you believe these are truly transpired, or are you inclined to think them fairy tales? I ask you because few folk have seen dragons in the flesh beside we Ishgardians, and most would dismiss them as products of imagination. Alas. Dragons are no less real than you or I, and Needhog perhaps the most real of all. In the course of its history, Ishgard has suffered the creature's wrath on 8 separate occasions. Each time the great worm arouses, the blood of countless Ishgardians is spilled. Let us revisit the past once more. The time is 20 summers past. The place, Dravania. After a century in slumber, Needhog awakens once more to resume its reign of terror. His reign of terror. Entire villages razed to the ground, inhabitants reduced to smoldering ash. Sensing the great worm's unbridled rage, other of his kind began to rouse, and in such numbers as to blot out the sun with their wings. A deep, foreboding darkness swept over Ishgard. Raging infernos painting the belly of the sky angry red, the agonized screams of innocents fading into deathly silence. In my station as the Azure Dragoon, I was there through it all. I bore witness to all the horrors. But there's no time to offer even a silent prayer. Needhog lingered in one place only long enough to lay it to waste, and when he took wing, so too did I pursue him, a man possessed. This game of cat and mouse continued for what seemed like an eternity before I found myself face to face with the great worm. The battle unfolded in a tiny settlement on the edge of Kurthus, raging on for 3 days and 3 nights, with neither side able to gain a decisive advantage. Remaining on my feet by sheer force of will, I realized it must end now, else it won't end well. Marshalling the last ounce of my strength, I wagered it all on a single thrust. My lance struck home, burying deep in the ruin of my opponent's empty eye socket, yet before I could withdraw my weapon, the worm lashed out wildly in agony, dealing a blow that left me sprawled in the earth, nigh insensate. In that instant I thought myself doomed, but Helone was not finished with me. Having lost the taste for battle, Needhogg let loose a blood-curdling roar before fleeing to the sky. The battle was over. While I did not perish, they rendered my body unfit to bear the power of the dragon, and so I was the Azure Dragoon no more. Lying bedridden, my thoughts wandered to all the innocent lives that had been lost, the people I failed to protect. The last conflict with the dragons of Gridania left countless orphans in its wake. Estinium is one of them, the sole survivor of Ferndale, the final village to suffer Needhogg's wrath. With none left to care for him, I did the only thing I could. I took him in as my own son, instructing him in the way of the Dragoon when he was of an age to learn. Yet I would not have you think me noble. My actions were not born of compassion, but guilt. My guilt at having failed him. But alas, I have also failed him as a father. For what manner of man did I bring him up to be? A thief who would endanger the life of every one of his countrymen? Oh, you heard me right. All of Ishgard may suffer for his crime. Though we know little and less of the minds of dragons, it is conceivable that the disturbance surrounding the stolen eye will rouse Needhogg to awaken once more. That his kin have already stirred for their lumber serves as fair warning of that. Time is not on our side. Fortunately, it would seem you're more than ready to embark on your next trial. Okay. Now, okay. So the Dragoon quest is probably going to get a story positive. If nothing else for foreshadowing and world building. But you'll notice that the format of the Dragoon quests still kinda sucks. Because what are the Dragoon quests? Go to this place, kill this thing, go back, history lesson. History lesson, go to this place, kill thing, come back, history lesson. And I'm not even doing the percentages right, because it's talk, kill, talk. This is what we call exposition dumping. Now, I enjoy the exposition being dumped, but that doesn't make this a particularly good form of narrative exposition. So, yes. Who am I fighting? Oh no, Mightlings! If you were grouped up a little more, I'd kill you all. We'll do this one. Oh, wrong spell. Damn it! Which one? Oh, it's this one. Do. There we go. They're all dead. Good job. Yeah, it's a little faster, I guess. So yeah, I'm not trying to disparage the Dragoon quest. I'm just pointing out that, well, there is some good story going on here. I mean, it's kind of got the WoW problem, you know, with the storytelling being a little lacking. Not everyone enjoys Metal Gear Solid 4, and for good reason. Anyways, Disco says, with the current tools of the content of the game, how could they expand the story personalization? I.e., doing a side quest gives you an ally and a duty, choosing someone to accompany you in a story quest for different dialogue, the same conclusion, etc. Well, it's a good damn question. Obviously, unlocks would be a thing. You yourself have already mentioned that, especially with them expanding the trust system. So you unlock someone for the trusts because you did their side quest, that kind of a thing. But I think ultimately, and this is just my opinion, I know that people are going to disagree with this, but my biggest opinion is that they should take the Warrior of Light away from the player and make them a character. I already hinted at that before, but I stand firm in that opinion now. They've already kind of started doing that, especially as of Shadowbringers. We have more dialogue options in Shadowbringers than we have in any other expansion. And yet the character of who the Warrior of Light is so clearly defined regardless of our input. Commit to it. Really lean into the idea that that right there is actually a character in a story, and design the story around that. The Eye will choose you over the traitor, I have no doubt. We must be patient, yada yada. Okay, cool. I will say the Dragoon quests are probably not going to get the negative to gameplay that the other ones do, because it's all pretty isolated. It's nowhere near as frustrating as the other ones have been. It's not, go to this one area which has level 30 death mobs. And it's not, run around like an idiot for a while. Anyways, Estinian says, go talk to me. Okay. What's my favorite Dragoon armor set? There you go. That's my favorite Dragoon armor set. There's a reason why I wear it. I don't remember even what it is. I can look. What is this stuff? Oh, God, I can't even read that. I know it's the Stormblood. Oh, wrong button. Suit. I'm pretty sure it's the Stormblood Tombstone suit. Oh, the job sets? Oh, they all suck. They're the worst. They're garbage. I spit up them. Patooey! Okay, I'm obviously being facetious for the sake of the stream. So let me give you a more valid answer. I don't like any of them. So if you asked me to pick a favorite, I would just flip a coin. I really do not enjoy the excessively over-designed, overly curvy, weird look of the Dragoon armor in any of the FFs, never mind this one. It's one of my biggest complaints about Kane over in FF4 is he looks ridiculous if you see his artwork, or his full appearance. I mean, actually, hang on. Of course, I can't glamour here because... Ugh, whatever. I was going to show you it, but that sucks to be you, so whatever. Here, moving on. What's funny is I'm pretty sure I have on the 80 Dragoon armor right now. I'm not sure what the 90 Dragoon armor looks like off the top of my head. Oh yeah, by the way, I didn't really mention this, but every area had parts of the terrain which is literally messed up because of the, the calamity. This is the part of Kurthus that's most messed up. These crystal structures which are just... Estinian, end this folly at once. You must know this each second the eye passes outside Ishgar's walls brings us closer to a repeat of the tragedy 20 summers past. Surrender yourself in the eye. Return with me to Ishgar before it's too late. Ah, but it's already too late. Needhog has already awakened. What? Hear me, master. You have mistaken the cause of the dragon's return. The eye is not to blame. A premonition came to me by virtue of the dragon within, warning the great worm would soon rouse. Even as he slumbered, Needhog seethed with irrepressible rancor for that wound of 20 years ago. That rancor will send him flying as a speeding arrow to Ishgar, whereupon death and devastation will ensue. Probably, played Trevor. Probably. But there's a possible solution. Were the eye taken to a remote land, far from the Holy See, then and only then could destruction be averted and the lives of the innocent spared. You mean to make yourself as bait? Nay, there's more to this than you let on. You seek vengeance! I mean, that's what I mean right there. I forget which suit of armor he's wearing, but that's what I don't like about Dragoon armor right there in a nutshell. To me, the two are one and the same. You know my past better than anyone else. It is for no other reason than to avenge my family I became a Dragoon. Dragons long outlive man, and do not forget the wrongs done to them. What grudge they harbor burns as fire in their hearts, over time swelling into an unquenchable inferno. You need only look on the history that Needhog grows stronger with each awakening. When he last darkened our skies, the Great Worm came within a hair's breadth of laying waste to Ishgar. Not short of death will prevent him from completing his mission when he next awakes. Needhog took everything from me, and now I shall take everything from him, even if it means my life. The eye works in ways men can ill comprehend, but this much is plain. In choosing two Azure Dragoons in one generation, it means for us to join together in common cause. Adventurer, you've heard my resolution. Will you aid me? In long and proud history of Ishgar, never before have two Azure Dragoons arisen in the same era to fight as one. This is our best, our only chance to send the Great Worm to eternal slumber. Behold my armor. This is the Draken mail. Hey! Forged in the lifeblood of dragons. As blood calls to blood, so too does the armor call to the dragon within, redoubling the wearer's strength thereby. If you would realize your potential as Azure Dragoon, you must needs clad the same. Clad so, you will inherit the techniques passed down from the Azure Dragoon to Azure Dragoon throughout the generations. Then, and only then, will your training be complete. But first, you must win the Draken mail as I and Sir Alberic did before you. So, first you gotta go gather it. Estinian, wait! Save your worries. I do not mean to make myself easy prey for the dragons. I take my leave of you. I think I'm actually wearing the 80 armor, but I don't think I can easily show it to you. Weathered Tarot Slaver. Yep, nope, I'm pretty sure that's the 80 suit. I'd have to, like, dispel when... Hang on, so let's turn the helmet on. Oh, yeah, this is the actual... So you can see a bit of it. This is the suit I have on right here. You see the helmet? And, it looks like that. just to summarize. Just gonna get rid of that. There we go. Oh, no, I agree. Estinian could have been a dick about this, and he isn't. Are there any jobs that suck to solo in the overworld in 14? Healers, kinda. I mean, they're slow. So, yeah, any healer class. But other than that, not really. Probably because there's not much of an overworld to FF14, which is fine. It's part of the design of the game. Estinian. Forgive me, I was deep in thought. Let's acquire this armor. Yep, okay. Yep. Uh-huh. You must claim your armor. Okay. Cool. Yeah, no, I'm with Omega Legion. I'm not a big fan of Dark Knight, but I think it's fine in overworld content. But again, there really isn't much overworld content. The quest content is threadbare, and the fates are it, and random overworld mobs are irritating, but it's kind of it, you know? There's not much content there, is what I'm trying to say. Which is by design, of course. I've said many times the meat of FF14's gameplay content is in its dungeons and its raids. Okay. I must prove that I am incredibly powerful. Alright, now what? The next challenge is beyond. Oh, okay. Let's go beyond. Oh, wow, you're way over there. Can you come a little bit closer, please? Thank you. It is. It's actually giving me the items in the quest. See? Wow. I'm gonna have to delete all that crap. I agree, Blade Travel. This is why we're judging this per thing. I don't think these are good gameplay, but I think this can avoid being a negative to gameplay. And not just because I'm one-shot nuking these things with jump. Oh yeah, sorry, high jump. Actually, don't remember what the difference is in visuals anymore. It's been a while. So we did that, we're doing that. Sorry, I'm keeping some notes here. You'll notice we haven't judged the classes yet. I've been thinking about that, I kind of want to do that as its own separate thing. We'll get that into a minute. Okay. Go to place, give thing to person. We should probably be able to get that done too. No, I agree, Omega Legion. The class quests, the 1 through 30 quests, really worried me. They took a very long time. And I was starting to get like, oh god, like I legitimately did not think they would take that long. we're technically behind the projected schedule because of the class quests. So I'm really glad the job quests are nowhere near as bad. There's a lot of running around, but thankfully I have a flying mount and warp points to speed that up. Wow, really? You're sending me here? Oh god, it's actually right there too. Don't pay attention to that. Yeah, Rogue was ridiculous. Good lord. Who is that? Who is this? Oh! Yep, that's Francel. Yep, nope, that tracks. Yep, that makes perfect sense. Anyways, we're gonna pretend we didn't see him there. There we go. You are correct. I have not finished Boja because I can't. Whoa, I've never seen that barding before. Nope, we're definitely not doing that, Disco. So, I've done the Delibum Regane. I literally cannot go to, I forget the name of the place, Boja 2, because there's an MSQ which is required to go there, which, can I just say how much I am so frustrated by the unlock system of this game. So I've been forced to not do that. And, yeah. I don't know what you're talking about, Valvatrix. Your presence indicates you've seen the visitor. Yeah, I saw Francel. It was weird. Ah, the Skull of Grey Wine, old warrior of the Travanian Horde. It's said that in ages past he could bring down a castle with a single breath. His strength has dwindled since those days, but a dragon past his prime is a formidable foe nonetheless. In slaying him, you have proven yourself worthy of this. You now possess 4 pieces of the armor that Estinian, myself, and our forebears did wear. While you doubtless wonder about the 5th, I shall tell you it is not mine to give. However, your triumphs in the trials against Dragons of the Horde give evidence that Draken blood resonates with yours. You stand before me, prepared for your ultimate challenge. So, the Great Worm's power is the stuff of legends. Have you resolved to fight this battle? To risk your own life to deliver a foreign land from the clutches of its ancient foe? Yeah. What do you think I'm here for? This whole game is actually just an isekai for me in real life. Or eseki, or however you say that. Hi, Vigilant. Yes. Yes. What I said was an untruth. The power did not abandon me, Lore. It was I who abandoned it. Being derived from our mortal enemies, the power of the Azure Dragoon is a double-edged sword. Even as it lends us the strength we need to smite our dragons, it heightens our communion with the creatures, rendering our minds more susceptible to their seduction than ordinary men. Even as I buried my lance in Needhog's flesh, our gazes locked, and mine eyes met then with a look that would fair impale a man. In that instant, I found myself assailed by a torrent of emotions not mine own. Sorrow, rancor, pity. They'd threatened to drown the man in me and leave behind a dragon. Fearing I might turn traitor, I chose to purge myself of the power the eye had bestowed upon me. Thus, regaining lucidity, I was able to rout the grievously wounded Needhog. Alas, countless of his brethren remained. As if to mock me, they fell upon Ferngale with a vengeance. Bereft of my power, it was all I could do to save one child. Nary a soul knows of this, not even Estinian, but I can keep him in the dark no longer. At our last meeting, Estinian said protecting Ishgard and exacting revenge are as one. That frame of mind, I fear, may well lead to his demise. The desire to protect and desire to avenge are opposing forces that can ill be reconciled. Worse, the latter clouds the sense of self. When next Estinian and I meet, I intend to confess all, though it mean the loss of his good opinion. The outcome of the coming battle and his very life may well depend on his readiness to relinquish his powers. Never allow yourself to forget the origin of your strength. Never does ever does the dragon lurk behind your eyes, biding its time to claim you for its own. Aught less than complete conviction, you will find yourself in its vice-like clutches. So be warned, and let us return. So, I'm going to go talk to him, and he's going to give you the armor, and it's going to be cool. Cool. But yes, isekai, I don't know how to pronounce it. There we go. We should be able to knock out Paladin too before the lunch break. If I'm really lucky, we'll knock out another one, but we'll see. Come on. There we go. Oh, there it is. I was like, hello? And it's dead. Alright. Yeah, spoilers for Paladin. I know it sounds pedantic considering how much I am absolutely racing through these quests, but I kind of wish I could do them even faster. I wouldn't do it for all of them, but there are some of these quests which I wish I could just smash into the ground and just be done with them. You know, like Paladin. Or Bard. No, Takoida knows what the phrase means, Harian. He was just clarifying on the spelling thereof. It's funny, because I actually liked the Gladiator quest. I was surprised by that. I really was. Who knew? Remember my warning. Needhog is a lord amongst his kind. Aught less than complete conviction, you will fall under his thrall. Before you can master your foe, you must master yourself. Hone your lance arm. Okay. Well, wait a minute here. Let me learn the first real jump, and yeah, I'm gonna say it that way. Damn it, Reggie. Urgent message from Estinian. He bids you come to the Steel Vigil. Needhog is on the move, faster than we anticipated. It appears you have not yet fully mastered the dragon within you, but we're racing time. Go! Get the Dragon mail. Kill everyone. Kill Estinian! So how many of you, when you did this, were like, this feels weirdly high tier for a class quest? It's just like, wait a minute. I mean, I guess we did save the Gridanian woods as a white mage, so that's something. And we did help a dude come to grips with the dead as a bard. And, as a monk, well, we didn't accomplish anything, actually. But yeah, they're talking about, like, this ancient battle and this ancient horrible dragon, and... I mean, kind of, I was in the same boat a little bit of Mega Legion. Just a little bit. Courage! Courage, Reggie. Right. Sorry. Yes. I mean, it literally is, Harriet. Yet we punched people as a monk. It's very punchy. Alberic, I have long waited for this day. You, who fancy yourself an azure dragon, the man whose cause you have taken for your own, is a coward. He relinquished the power of the dragon of his own volition and watched his Ferndale burned. Do you not think it's ironic I was chosen as Azure Dragoon, an orphan who has naught of value to protect in Ishgard? I suppose I must give thanks, for it was the I that revealed to me the truth, a truth so damning as to undo a lifetime of trust. I loved you as a father, but I can ill forgive you for Ferndale. As I understand it, you even kept the Archbishop in the dark regarding the missing eye. Do you mean to take your shame to your grave? But I waste my breath. Prepare yourself, old man, for I too shall waylay to all the things you hold dear, and once I'm finished with you, I shall do what no Azure Dragoon has succeeded. I shall claim Needhog's head. Calm yourself, Estinian. Your rage renders you vulnerable to the dragon's influence. I got this, dude. Hey, Estinian. Quit it! Bonk! In you I had thought I'd found kindred, someone whom I could fight. It is with heavy heart I relinquish that dream. Your affection for this coward has rendered you deaf to your own destiny. Very well. That we will one day cross lances was inevitable from our first meeting, as we shall now find out who the Eye's true chosen one is. Hi. 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 Well, you see, Blade Turval, being a Dragoon involves having a very low wisdom stat. So, your will save isn't great. I like how he's still talking in the fight there. Lord of Dragons, grant me strength to raise mine enemies. Feeble creature, dost thou desire power? Huh? Look to thine anger, thy hatred. It is there thou shalt find it. Dark side, O mighty Needhog, Lord of Dragons. Grant unto me thy blood, that I might be granted the claws and fangs wherewith to rend mine enemies. Yeah, pretty much straight up dark side. Lore, this is impossible. It cannot be. You are wearing Stormblood armor. So you were saying, Taquata. Hi, I'm Adoro. I knew it. I knew that would pull you in. And we'll never see Estinian again. Forgive me, Estinian, I have failed you once again. Yeah, we basically just did the opposite of cutscene incompetence. We actually were like, no, no. I am fine, Lore. Somewhat shaken, but otherwise whole of body. Suffice it to say, I have much to reflect upon. Let us return. Yeah, no, this is probably the actual best class quest, or yeah, class quest we've been through so far. Weird. I mean, if you think about it, Kain didn't have that much presence in FF4 either. He's important for some plot points, but he really has very little screen time. It's like he's like, hey, I'm here, and then he's gone. Then he comes back for one scene, and then he's gone. And then we wake him up and he joins us for a bit, and then he's gone. And then he shows up at the end, and that's it. That's Kain. Don't mind me. Just hovering overhead. I'm Magitek free. This is taking forever. Oh god, why am I so slow in this game? Go! Go! Ugh, okay. Hi. When the being of darkness closed upon us, you appeared to me in the spitting image of Haldreth the Dragon's Eye, just as he's depicted in the Holy Scriptures. Starting this Sunday, Omega Legion. We won't finish it in one day. There's just way too much music in FF6 to do in one session. I thought that mayhap the years have taken their toll on their mind, but behold, the soul of the Dragoon shines as it never did in all the years I bore it. It would seem you have achieved that which was thought impossible. You have reawakened the ability of the first Azure Dragoon. Truly a momentous achievement. I can still scarce believe that you were able to summon the self-same Draken mail worn by Haldreth. To think it had been sealed in the Soul Crystal this whole time. I have borne witness to many wonders over the years, yet none compares to you. Could it be that you are... ... Mark not my mutterings. I am certain it was your indomitable sense of justice that resonated with the spirit of the first Azure Dragoon, prompting him to bestow the armor upon you. That is doubtless what happened. As the darkness faded, so too did Needhog's aura subside, and now his kind have ceased their stirring. Whether this was compelled by your awakening, I cannot say. I suspect we will learn of it in the next expansion. I pray Estinian is still out there, and he has not wholly forgotten the great man he once was. When the darkness brushed against me, the self-same torrent of emotion swept over me as I experienced 20 summers past. But there was something else beside, a voice, lamenting the rift that divides dragons and men. You will comprehend what I speak in the expansion. Foreshadowing. And we're done. Dragoon. Boop. Plus to story for being weirdly good. Like, I remember it being decent, but I forgot that that was actually legit. Okay. Hey, look, there's another quest, which actually is a fresh quest for me, because I've never done it. To my knowledge, this was more like, we might do this story someday, as opposed to actual foreshadowing. If you pay attention, a lot of ARR leaves possibilities for future stories. Most of those are not followed through on, because they were just deciding stuff. Like, they're like, here. And then if you pay attention to ARR 2.x, in other words, everything after Ultima, the stuff we haven't done yet, that's when they started sitting down and saying, okay, that we're going to continue, that we're going to continue, that we're going to continue. And that's when they really started, you know, codifying the skeleton of the story. So, who's ready for the greatest quest chain in the history of the known universe? This is it. This is it. This is going to be amazeballs. Here we go. Actually, yeah, Reggie. It's a semi-common narrative trope, or narrative technique. It's basically throw out ideas, and we'll decide later which ones we actually want to stick. Actually, I'm out of liquid, so I'm going to take a brief AFK here after I get up to the quest, which is up here. Can I? Yeah, you know what? Sure. There. Hi, I'm a Paladin. You can tell because I look like I'm a Dark Souls character. Bring it! It really is, Fife. God, this is... Okay. I don't want to preface this. As usual, I never know until I go through it. But, by memory, this is the worst 30 to 50 quest. We'll see. I'll be right back, though. Okay, who's ready for the Jedi Knight story arc? Don't worry, there's less super weapons. Lore! I just heard a bit of gossip. Apparently, remember you heard this first from me, the Sultan Sworn are sharing the secret skills and training of paladins. I know. The Sultan Sworn have an exclusive monopoly on the instruction of paladin skills. Once upon a time, if you weren't one of the officer track elites, you had no chance to learn the arts. Competition to get to the top was fierce indeed, let me tell you. But anyone who has joined to swear an oath of fealty to the Ul'dan Sultanate, well, no more adventuring, no more daring do, no more Colosseum, just languishing about in the palace all day polishing plate mail. That's why the news is so big. Anyone with a bit of commitment can learn the skills, no memorizing the 55 commandments of the Sworn. This is a platinum opportunity that comes but once in a lucky adventurer's lifetime. Let this slip through your fingers and regret will be your just desserts. You need to go to the Royal Promenade, in the Hustings ships. Find the Sultan Sworn elite and tell him how you're just dying to become a paladin. So in case you missed that, or the gladiator thing, which we actually talked about, the actual in-universe paladins are the bodyguards of the royal family. That's it. Of all the things, like, this is one of those weird decisions to me. There's so many directions you could take a paladin. Warcraft took it into a unique and interesting direction. Forgotten Realms takes it into a fun and interesting direction. Ultima obviously made an entire plot arc centered around being a paladin. And here they're the Royal Guard. I suppose for this I could go ahead and glamour up. Hang on, I actually do have a paladin glamour. Right here. What? Oh, right. Yeah. You're probably wondering why my glamour didn't apply? Well, that glamour requires you to be a paladin. Yes, I'm Genlins, member of the Sultan Sworn. Servant to the Ul'dan Sultanate. Unless my instincts would deceive me, you have come to inquire about training as a paladin. If so, I would have your name, good sir. Lore Runner? Lore, a fine name! I bid you welcome, and salute your noble resolve, but if you aspire to paladinhood, you should understand what that means. A paladin swears allegiance to the Sultanate. A paladin is the sword and shield of the Sultanate. A paladin defends the people of the realm. I disagree with that last part. Sellswords and gladiators wield their blades for themselves, but a paladin serves the greater good. Did you not pay attention to the gladiator quest chain, where we did nothing but helped others when they needed us? The battle arts that paladins learn have been kept secret, nurtured, perfected within the ranks of the Sultan Sworn elite for nigh unto 600 years. Of all those sworn to protect the Sultanate, soldiers, mounted guards, knights, we are the elite of the elite. Conviction unwavering, hearts true, sword skill without peer. But the glory of the Sultan Sworn, well, much of it's buried in the past now. Our brotherhood goes smaller by the year. We are but a shadow of what we once were, and the Sultana turns to sellswords to defend her palace. Apparently, Leander. All of this because of one traitor. No, because of a blot of dishonor left by one who shall not be named. Voldemort? Oh god, we've got some real problems. Because of him, we've been forced to seek the help of able-bodied adventurers. Here we are. We shall instruct you in the paladin military arts. You will be inducted into the Sultan Sworn, but serve as a free paladin. However, first, you have to go do this thing. Very well. Oh god! Who is this strange and mysterious Dark Souls warrior? Yes, very Dark Souls, very Dark Souls. I dub the Elden Ring. I mean, yeah, no, the Neverwinter 9 is very close to what these are. In fact, for those of you not aware, the Neverwinter 9 is actually a prestige class in D&D that you can take if you qualify for it. And it does come with a lot of pretty good bodyguard-related abilities. It's a really good companion prestige class to take. Or to give to one of your party members. Light Brazier. Kill thing. Yeah, Dwarven Defender's not a bad comparison for another prestige class that is similar. Back to the brazier. Gotta burn some more stuff. Burn, burn, burn. Burn, 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 burn. Burn, burn, burn. Oh, God. If you are in this place seeking for the undead, you must be a petitioner seeking the secrets of the Paladin art. So that's the level 50 Paladin gear. It's not bad, but I pretty much prefer every Paladin suit after it. In fact, the actual transmog I use for Paladin, which hopefully will show up when I become one, is the level 80 Paladin suit. Make no mistake, simply learning Paladin swordplay does not make you a Paladin, nor does the armor, nor the status. I am just another aging free Paladin, but you would do well to heed my counsel. Strike off the shackles that bind your spirit. Lift the visor that blinds. Find the true path of the Paladin. Here, give him this crystal. Okay. The way you use that sword reminds me of a man I used to know. My eyes may be old, but they can see the truth well enough. Be a paladin, strong and true. Devote yourself to becoming a beacon of light. But I thought I was supposed to defend... Okay, whatever. I will admit, I actually like most of the paladin artifact suits, so... make of that what you will. Paladin also has some good cool factor, too, which we will discuss when we start doing our class breakdown. I mean, this is just a cool-looking ability, I'm sorry. It's even useful. It's an AoE dot. Hey, Pretzel. Face the undead monsters, defeat them, return with proof. Yeah, here you go. Yes, proof. A free paladin has no master, and so he travels the lands, and in place takes up the cause of the unarmed and the defenseless. You swear fealty not to a lord, but to yourself. You have taken your first steps on a new path. Okay. Hamet's Fang, you already have a crystal. It was given to you by an unknown free paladin who told you to hand it to me? Yeah. Where's this crystal? Show me at once. There was a raging warrior there. Don't worry about them. Curse him, he has made a mockery of the trial. That crystal you bear is indeed the soul of a paladin, but it's disgraced, impure! It was stolen from the Sultan Sworn. The man who gave this soul is the very traitor who I've been seeking these many moons. He's an Oathbreaker. Ooh, that sounds like a cool class. Can I play that instead? The guy just looks at me like... He bent knee to the Uldan Sultanate who swore allegiance to the Sultan Sworn, but then single-handedly sullied our name and trampled it underfoot. How dare he give counsel and honor the paladin way? This soul is polluted. I must dispose of it. When you come to wield your sword, the only soul you may wear is that which is bestowed by the captain of the Sultan Sworn. That traitor is no Sultan Sworn, still less a captain. By giving you a soul, he insulted not only the Brotherhood, but you too! Perhaps an adventurer like yourself finds our rules nothing more than a nuisance, but through reigns long and short, our forebears in the Sultan Sworn have preserved rituals and traditions. We are duty-bound to uphold them, even if men and women within our own ranks scorn them as relics. It has been my fate to be named captain of the Sultan Sworn in these troubled times, though I did not ask for the honor. I have bent knee in the Sultan has sworn fealty, and I will restore to our honor to our name. Now, go be a paladin. Cool. Cool. Spirits Within. I don't even remember what that ability is. Which one is Spirits Within? Well, whatever. Let's become a paladin. There we go. That's much more like what I was looking for. Although, that's not right. Hang on, hang on. There we go. Much better. Behold. So seriously, which ability is Spirits Within? Oh, it's right there. Huh? Oh, I think I know where that is. Hang on, hang on. Yep, there it is. Yep, okay. I was to say, do I not have that on my bar? No, I do. Okay. Paladin time. Wow. You look a lot more paladin-y. Holy crap. Once, not long ago, the Sultan's Horn could walk amongst the streets with their heads held high. When they marched by, the small folk would look upon them with reverence and gratitude. And no one was more respected than my captain, the predecessor. When I first saw him, I was a small child. My father promised me to take me to a local festival, but somewhere he took a wrong turn. He became lost and stumbled into a secluded back alley. Luck was not with us, because the next moment we found ourselves in the middle of a riot. Drunken hunters were firing arrows into a crowd, and we were caught between them. There was no way out. It was only a matter of time before we'd be struck. That's when the captain saved us from our plight. I'd never seen a sword move so swiftly. It flashed faster than my eyes could follow, and in seconds the hunters were on the ground or fleeing for their lives. The captain was gone down the street, slicing at their heels before my father had time to thank him. Even today I see the captain as he was then. Blood on his sword, armor impossibly bright in the sun. After that, all I ever wanted to be was a paladin. I would practice endlessly with my sword, dreaming of bandits defeated and monsters slain. Even after I became one of the Sultan's Sword, the memory of the captain inspired me. I was always first to arrive in the training yard, and last to leave. So the years passed, and before I knew it, I made myself captain of the Sultan's Sword, yet the triumph was hollow! Because by then the honor of the Sultan's Sword elite, the very thing that had drawn me to it, was a mere vestige, the discarded banner of a defeated foe. There are many reasons for the fall, but the Oathkeeper, that was the mortal blow. The sword Oathkeeper was bestowed upon the first captain of the Sultan's Sword by the Sultan of Ul'dah. In time it became our standard, the symbol of oaths. Possession of was proof of Sultan Sworn command. But then the unthinkable came to pass. Oathkeeper was stolen by the traitor. It shook our brotherhood to the core. How can we be trusted to protect the Sultana if we cannot hold on to the symbol of our fealty? We've been tarnished! If we are to survive, we must recruit outsiders. I have high hopes for you. You certainly look like a paladin right now. So anyways, go here and kill some enemies. Okay. Like, I like this armor quite a bit. It is fanciful. It is a bit over-designed. But unlike most of the over-designed things, it has something that most over-designed outfits don't have. Symmetry. If you were to divide it right down the middle, you would see the exact same thing on both sides, and I think that is to its benefit. Plus, it's not too gaudy. In my opinion, of course. It even keeps the same skirt-style thing without actually sacrificing the feel of it being armor. Thank you, Maze. Very much, as always. I will try not to actually fashion geek on this outfit too much. I know everyone hates it when I do that. Unless it's a MLP episode. If you know what you want to put that towards, Maze, do please let me know. Yeah, I could do without the collar. I agree with that. The collar is unnecessary and frankly doesn't add anything to it. I do like the rose motif. Okay, noisy. Is that better, Omega Legion? Because that's what I mean when I say the word over-designed. It's noisy. It's just noise. Meaningless, addendumed stuff. Just, oh my god, stop putting stuff on your armor. Just stop! Just stop! This is why I don't have a problem using the word over-designed, because it's actually meant to be said literally in this case. Over-designed, by definition, means they made something, and then they kept making it, and then they kept making it, and then they kept making it. Trails in the Sky 2. You got it. Thank you again, Maze, very much. Yeah, I like several suits in Guild Wars 2, but some of them are very Korean. If you know what I mean. No. Enemies! That didn't kill it? Wow! I mean, I know I'm pathetic, but damn. Hey, Zion Druid. What's up? We good? There's so many of these things. Listen, I would rather have over-designed, and I'm going to call it that because it is, than ARR bitten gear. But I do stand by my point. The Dragoon, some of the Dragoon suits exactly make my point for me. They're just tacking on stuff randomly. Like someone just came through with a glue gun and just started adding spikes to it. Not even spikes, it's not even that. Just adding stuff to it. You know what I mean? Now, not all the Dragoon suits are like that. There's a variance there, obviously, and I haven't seen the 90 things yet. I mean, hell, the Dragoon suit I wear is not like that. Although, obviously, that's because it's styled after a completely different thing. Where is the thing? There it is. To use a little bit of an example, you might notice most of the sets I actually use are relatively simple in their overall design. As opposed to, well, honestly. So here's Dark Knight. This is probably the most over-designed outfit that I use, that I actually apply. And honestly, that's just because I didn't have another suit to wear for Dark Knight, so I just kind of said screw it and went with it. Even this isn't that bad, though. This is just a little bit too much, in my opinion. So even that one's still okay. And then most of the rest are kind of, you know, just armor, or ninja, or whatever. Oh yeah, there's your White Mage outfit from earlier, by the way. This is actually the 80 White Mage outfit, specifically. I like everything about this except the collar. I don't get why that collar. Why is this collar? Someone explain this collar to me. Anyways, gonna stop being rarity for a second here. I would like to beat this quest today. Hi. Well done. I do not have word of where the traitor's hiding, but I'll inform you when I do. Oh, okay. That's it. What do I gain? What do I gain? Sheltron, the ability I use constantly as a paladin. I kind of do too, Leander, truthfully. Welcome, Paladin. You should know word of your deeds has reached me. Few are those who follow the true Paladin path without misstep. But you are one of them. I am proud to call you brother. You've kept the faith, and I must have faith in you. It's time you knew the truth. So you remember when I told you the traitor? His name was Bob, and he was my predecessor as captain. You've told me that before. Yes, he was the same man whom I had admired as a child, who inspired me to take up the sword and follow the way of the Paladin. He was the paragon of paladins until he changed. Some years ago, there was a struggle for influence between the Sultanate military and a faction within the syndicate known as the Monetarists. We've never heard of them before. The latter emerged triumphant. The army's authority was diminished dramatically. Although he was still captain of the elite, he knew his position was perilous, so he fled, taking Oathkeeper Windham. In doing so, he went against the words he'd spoken on bent knee before his royal liege. Now it falls to me as captain to restore the honor. I feel like you've said this before, but his death will not lift the stain. He must be put on trial in public court so everyone knows his crimes. Then and only then can we earn the people's trust again. He served for over 30 years, is a formidable foe. Few can match his skill. Even together, you and I will find it difficult to take him alive without mortal harm. So, go level some more. Okay. I can do that. Yeah, Warhammer Fantasy has some serious over-design problems. My goodness. Just, wow. And as with all things, the term over-design is a gradient term. So, as Omega Lee just said, and they were right to say so, it is a subjective term. So what one person finds over-designed of value 3.8, another person's only going to find it of value 2.1. I admit I've been a little bit dulled to it over the years of consuming fiction. But you ever want to know what I would consider to be peak over-design? The design of the Transformers from the Bay Transformers films. In fact, I could even give you a specific example, if not for the fact that it's literally a spoiler, and I'm not going to do that. I'll go ahead and tell you this. The most horrible example of an over-designed Transformer, in my opinion, actually comes from the 4th film specifically. Yes, Blade Travell. But In so doing, he forswore his oath. He is an oath breaker. He must be killed, brutalized, murdered. Whatever else we do to people like that. One moment. I have a delivery. I'm just going to go grab it real quick. This won't take long, hopefully. Yep. Okay. Go kill the Sultan Sworn. And then the Sultana. Alright. So next should be the go gather the pieces of armor step. I can just see how full my armor is at this point, or my inventory, excuse me. We have learned Prominence! I have no idea what that ability is. I told you! Some of these ability names are just, Oh, looks like that's an AoE, maybe? Yep, that's my follow-through AoE. Woo. Wait, I'm not... Alright, we're not there yet. That's right. But we have plenty of room. We have plenty of room. Alright, we have found something chilling. Around the time the traitor was named captain, several soldiers met their deaths, but strangely, the records don't say how they died. Huh. Curious, I begged a favor from an old friend and received permission to inspect medical records. They died in various ways, some in combat, some suddenly. But in nearly every case, poison played a role. Poison, carefully administered, invisibly. The more I read, the more I saw the dark hand of death's embrace at work. Assassins! And the pay and service of the monetarists. A society so secretive few believe it even exists. But no matter how many skilled and devious the assassins, they should not have been able to kill so many of the Sultan's Sword without being discovered, not, that is, without help from an own wake. So I asked myself, who has the most to gain from their deaths? One by one, the former captain, his trusted aides, the most capable of the Sultan's Sworn, who might become future commanders, slain by an invisible hand, and with their deaths the way was open for him, for Bob, to become the Sultan's Sworn's youngest captain in a century. They were plotting to kill the best and bravest of the Sultan's Sworn, to purge its ranks of greatness, and enervate it, so it can no longer carry out its duty to serve as sword and shield of the Sultanate, which begs the question. How did the former captain remain captain for 30 long years? How did he avoid the poisoner's kiss? When Ben better than him succumbed? There's only one explanation. He was the turncoat. So, go get some armor. Wait, what? What? Go get some armor. But okay. I'm not going to question it. I'm not going to resist. I know what happens when you resist. And I still need to watch the Heaven's Word Part 2 video. With that incredible amount of spare time I have. Nah, you know what? It just occurred to me. So we're talking about over-designed, right? You know what really strikes me as overdesigned in the Final Fantasy series? It's not the armor, although that certainly has its own problems. It's the ships. Look at the airship designs of Final Fantasy. Going all the way back to 1, really, but especially this got started in 4. It's just... How does that work? It looks more like a fish than an airship. And then we get to 12, and it's like, whoa! You know, that does make a bit of sense, Leander. I can't argue that. I do like some of the ships in 12. I agree. The Ifrit, the Leviathan, and the Bahamut. No, sorry, the Alexander, not the Bahamut. My bad, my bad. Yeah, Balam Garden, Ragnarok. Oh, God, disgusting. Anybody who likes that is truly so horrifically evil that they must be purged from society's ween. It's the only way that we'll ever be able to save our people, is to get rid of people who like other things than us. That's just... Look, I'm not good at sarcasm, okay? I don't know what you want from me. But yeah, fanciful. Let's call it what it is. I use the word over-designed, but the actual word that really applies to the FF airships concept is fanciful. I myself have actually used that, so some of you may or may not know that I ran a campaign for many years called Primus. And there were two styles of airships within Primus. There were airships that were made by the old, decadent, ancient empire of inimitable power. They were fanciful, and I would actually use artwork from FF12 to represent them. And then there's the airships made by the modern people who didn't have their level of technological prowess or general decadence. Excuse me. So, the new ships were designed after Homeworld ships. The old ships were designed after Final Fantasy XII ships. Now, obviously I had to literally use images because I don't have the time and skill to draw them myself, but that is more or less literally how I envisioned them. Big, fanciful, flowery, you know, just like fish flying through the air for the old stuff, for the decadent stuff, and then, you know, compact, pragmatic, engineered for the new stuff. It's just weird that so many of the airships, regardless of where they're from, in the FF series are all the style rather than the style. So, I got the armor. I've discovered the hiding place, made contact with emissaries. We're negotiating the return of Oathkeeper. Secrecy is crucial. Okay. Let's go get the Oathkeeper back, I suppose. I told him if we bring the sword back, we give him a fair trial. Otherwise, he'll be captured and thrown at the feet of the Sultana for judgment. The parleys take place in this one spot. If the monitorists discover him willing to parley, they will surely try to intervene. Therefore, speak to no one of what we do. Okay. I can do that. Well, in sprite format, several of the FF designs are fine. It's when you see the artwork that it's like, whoa. Like, a good example of this is if you watch the CGI cutscene that leads into the beginning of Final Fantasy IV in the DS version, specifically, and also the PC version as a consequence. And you see the Red Wings in that, and you can see how they're more fanciful, even though in the actual game they look like ships with propeller blades. That's a very common trend, is that the FF series sprites are designed not just, you know, to represent, but are completely different from the intended artwork style. And what's funny about this is I tend to prefer the sprite design like 9 times out of 10. I mean, just look at the difference between Terra, the artwork, and Terra, the sprite. Or Locke, the sprite, or Locke, the artwork, and so forth and so on. So you dared to come, you're a brazen one, I'll grant you that, but did you really think I wouldn't find out? Come, confess. My allies within the Sultan's Horn have told me the truth. I know you're working in league with the traitors and the monitorists. Confess! With your dying breath, you will tell me where I find Oathkeeper and the traitor who stole it. What? Do you dare accuse my own Sultan sworn of lying? We are comrades in arms, every one of us bound by brotherhood of oath. I would trust them with my life. What is your word against theirs? We know the meaning of honor. You are a naive fool. I suspected you from the beginning, ever since you showed me the soul of the Paladin the traitor gave you. You were, no matter however briefly, a Paladin. As such, you are bound by a code of honor that is unforgiving as it is noble. Traitor! I sentence you to death, and decree your body shall lie here and feed the crows. Okay. Come here. Die. Okay. This is pretty straight up lawful stupid, yes. By design, I'm pretty sure. Someone earlier in chat said it better than me. This is letter of the law, rather than spirit of the law. You cannot do this. I am the greatest swordsman. I am your superior in every way. Keep dreaming, buddy. You are blinded, Genless, by your own conviction. Genless, remember your own lesson. A paladin does not exist to defend his position or the honor of his fellows. Letter of the stupid. These men were assassins in service to the monetarists. The moment you outlived your usefulness, you were to be killed. You and this free paladin of yours. Liar, you are their agent. You betrayed us for them. You were always naive, too willing to trust your fellow man. It's one of your virtues, but you have a deplorable habit of turning your virtues into vices. Think. The information you uncovered, how did you come by it? Did it fall into your lap, as if someone was feeding it to you for your own purposes? You and the paladins under your command are the monetarists' lapdogs. Genlins, you've been led a merry dance, and follow their lead at every step. Then you were never a traitor? You were innocent? I have wronged you. Oh, also, Lord just beat the snot out of me. Easy now. Your wounds aren't mortal, but you need to rest. I'll take care of the captain. He's had worse. We'll have him back on his feet soon enough. I know this white mage. You've become a fine warrior, learned all there is to know about the way of the paladin. I think perhaps you were made aware of just how much you've grown. Well, 'tis time you were made aware. Paladin! When the captain's recovered, keep an eye on him for me, will you? Yeah, sure. Yeah, I beat the stupid out of him. As I am wont to do. Well, you see, Blade Trevol. We may never know. I also agree with something someone said in chat. Forgive me, I didn't catch who said it. Paladin makes for a good, outline? That's not the word. There's a term for that, and it is actually an important aspect of gaming design. And visual design in general. Can't think of the freaking word. Help me out. Someone in chat, please. I can't think of the word. Oh god, I'm so terrible. Silhouette! There we go, that's the word, silhouette. Paladin, this particular suit of armor makes for a very nice silhouette. Very distinct silhouette, too. Like, if you compare and contrast what a warrior... Okay, that's a bad example. What a warrior looks like. And then, okay, that's a bad example, too. Being a Dark Knight. Paladin's pretty distinct. Let's see what it is. I wasn't even going to talk about the animation side of things, although I do think Paladins have really nice animations. It's a shame, given how cool they are, how much they kind of suck until you get to level 78 or whatever it is. Whatever level it is when they start being good. Ah, thank you. As always, Ciela, very, very much. And it looks like Leander is going to be choosing where those go towards. Starmancer. Good pick. I like it. It still isn't out yet. It's weird how long it's taken, but I'm okay with that as long as it comes out good. So that's going to be this much. Paladin, I have done you a great wrong. I allowed myself to be hoodwinked, accused you of treason, turned my sword against you. I hope you can find in your heart to forgive me. He was never a traitor. The dream I followed in my youth was not a lie. I remain captain of the elite, although a poor substitute for my predecessor. So, we must defeat the Monitorists. Okay. Tune in next time when we don't defeat the Monitorists. Right, what ability do we get here? Cover. Has its uses. Like, there are some good uses for cover. It's just not a very exciting ability. Welcome, Paladin. I hope to see you before I left. You remained a true friend, even after all the wrongs I did to you. And I owe you my trust, so I will tell you everything I've learned. After our encounter, I spent some time in the care of Bob, recovering from my wounds. As I convalesced, he gave me an account of what happened. After he went into hiding, I tried to get word about what was happening, but I was surrounded by agents in the pay of the Monitorists who kept me isolated and ignorant. They planted the lie that he was a traitor and tricked me into tracking him down. I was their puppet, twitching obediently at the end of the strings. So you were Spamton? When I discovered the Death's Embrace had been behind the demise of my brothers and sisters, they panicked, especially when they found out I had shared the information with you. They set a trap for us, baited it with the promise of a parley. He was no traitor, as I should have well known, but I allowed myself to be deceived by the whispers of mummers and flatterers, and no, that was not the way of it. It was not their lies that made me blind, but my desire, my obsession to restore honor. For the Sultan sworn and all paladins who have bent knee to a higher cause, honor is a means to an end. Not the end itself. I lost sight of that, and in so doing I lost sight of my true duty. Bob understood what was happening, and that's why he gave you the soul of the paladin. It was a remonstration, a message. Look how adventurers live, he was telling me. Where does their honor, their authority come from? I owe my position to the machinations of the Monitorists. They calculated that a young captain, eager to prove his loyalty, bound by unquestioning fealty, would be easier to control. They were right. I am a sham and a fake, but the world does not know that, and even the illusion of power is a power of sorts. I can use this to fight back. I will tell the subordinates I'm fleeing to Snowcloak. When the Monitorists hear of us, as they surely will, they'll send assassins. But then we will show our hand, and I will stand ground and fight back. I realize you may wish to offer your assistance, but I cannot in good conscience ask you. You have also become a target of assassins. I'm sorry to have caught you up in your own political struggles, but as a paladin, it's time you traveled your own path. Oh yeah, Bob said go to this place. Okay. Yeah, cover used to be legit. And nowadays it's there. I did, Leander. I trained my quest giver to be a paladin. You're welcome. Happy to be of service. But yes, one of the tried and true MMO problems is when an ability unintentionally becomes simply too useful. And when I say tried and true, what I mean is the tried and true response to that problem is to nerf it into the ground. Every MMO does that. Every MMO has had that problem, all the way back to the Mud era. Thank you for coming, Laura. We haven't much time, so I'll be blunt. He will die if he faces them alone. I know what I must do, and I suspect you do as well. Well, if you're the man I believe you to be, we shall meet soon. Duh. Raise eyebrow. Why are we going way out there? Okay, whatever. Not gonna question it. Yeah, the problem is, it's not really a great way to do that. On the one hand, you have the problem of the fact that you've just taken something away from the kit of the players. By over-nerfing, by smashing something into the ground, what you've done is you've effectively removed a tool from the kit. And we've talked so many times in so many games about how important kit is to game design. Most players don't react well to something being removed from their kit. Problem one. Problem 2 is it doesn't really solve the problem. All it does is it prompts players to look into other directions to find something else to exploit or overuse. There's a bit of a balance here of what you allow to be abused, which is what you don't, versus what you don't allow. Most MMO developers, over time, grow a bit of a sense for the balancing point, for when you should move in and nerf something, and when you should just let people abuse it. This also brings me to problem 3. This all presumes that the players in question are abusing the said mechanic, but not everyone is. Imagine you're just a normal player who doesn't understand how you can abuse a certain mechanic, right? I can actually name several examples, but let's just assume it's cover, for example. You just use cover. But then, all of a sudden, cover becomes terrible, and you're just like, what? You don't know about the abuse thing. You don't know about the exploit. You just had an ability which just got yanked away from you. That feels terrible. You are effectively being punished for something you weren't doing. In short, it's not a bad response as a band-aid, but there needs to be an almost immediate follow-up to fix it or bring something else back up to accommodate, because it's a near universally negative approach to game design. And again, most MMO developers over the years figure out another way to, work around that rather than nerfing things into the ground. Are you all so eager to die? Dude, who do you think we are? We are paladins. Yeah, thank you, Bob. To abide by one's own sense of justice is to embrace the paladin creed. Sworn or unsworn, we are paladins. True. The only true oath we swear is the one we swear to ourselves. Also, that guy back there has frickin' Excalibur, so I think we're gonna be fine. Yeah, exactly, Cash. Excuse me. Wait, what the hell is Esuna? Okay, not that way. There it is. Doop-de-doop-de-doo. Hey, it's a glowing grimoire. This seems safe. Let's touch this. Oh, it was a trap. Oh, God. Oh, I can move. Oh my God, it's a trap! I don't even have my dot at this level. God, paladins suck at 50. That's a complicated answer. Or question, excuse me, Casual. So I'm going to hold off on that one for a minute. That's okay, because, yeah, that's a long one right there. Yeah, God, I just... It's weird how much of what I would mentally consider to be my core loop I don't have at 50 on Paladin. Anyways, you did it! You were brave and true. It's been an honor to watch you. You're cool. What is cool? They'll think twice before sending assassins after us again. I trust you'll see to this mess. Yeah. The monitors have stolen Oathkeeper, but oaths are not forged in steel, they're stored in the heart. Never betray your oaths. Never give up. Never surrender. I'm sorry. Never get a sub from Xylon TV. Never say thank you very, very much for the sub. And no matter what you do, never tell me what you want to put that sub towards. Thank you. And he goes off to walk his own way, because he can't return. He has forsworn his oath. He is unworthy of returning. I've followed you since the day I vowed. Has the time come for me to stop following and begin to lead? Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and admit it. This wasn't as bad as I remember. It wasn't good, but it wasn't that bad. Honestly, even the gameplay axis, the go gather for armor pieces thing, wasn't that bad. It was literally all in one zone. Not even that far from each other. So yeah, I think Paladin's just going to be a complete wash here. I don't think this is good. I don't think this is story plus territory, but I think you have convinced me. I think this is just a wash. And I'm okay with that. My opinion has changed a lot going back through this one, which is yet another reason why I'm very curious how Stormblood as a whole is going to rank. Yeah, exactly. It's not even boring, as some of the previous ones have. It's just kind of there. It's like, okay, that's kind of neat, I guess. Let's see. What do we got left here? Do warrior. I'm trying to think what the quick one would be. I'd kind of like to get Black Mage done, but meanwhile, there's an Azure Dragoon here for some reason. Oh, I know, Robostal. I've already argued, like already, that a certain character in Stormblood deserves no less than 6 negatives. Across both gameplay and story. Right. You gained? Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and admit something here. Something that kind of irritates me. What the hell is that quest? That's a level 80. What is this quest? It's a Paladin quest. Huh. Alright, whatever. Obviously not doing that now. It's just, you know... Who's this weirdo? Okay, that armor's not too bad. I'll give you that one. Yeah, so I'm just weirded out. Oh, okay, I know why I haven't seen that quest. Okay, I'm found. Because I've done some of the 80 epilogue quests. In fact, I'm pretty sure I did both Dancer and Red Mage on camera. They were the ones in Mordona. And I think I did the Gunbreaker one, too. But I didn't do that one because my Paladin wasn't 80 until about 5 weeks ago. That's why. It's like, what the hell? Alright. Well, I could try to rush through another class quest, but actually, let's do something fiendish. Horrific. and truly evil. Alright. So we're going to do unrestricted, but level sync. And we're going to pick, I don't know, what's a place that has good music that's level 50? Just someplace, something we could listen to for a while, because we're going to be there for like 10 or 20 minutes, because we got to show up. Oh, I can't do that, can I? Ah, this game! Alright, never mind, we're not going to do that. Never mind. I just realized you can't, that functionality doesn't exist in this game. My bad. Pharos is a good answer, but I've changed my mind. This is not where I meant to go. Ignore the awesome FS6 music for a second. Okay. So, looking at the classes we've already covered. White Mage. How is White Mage at level 50? Not great. Let's go ahead and put on our real gear. There we go. So White Mage at level 50 is not bad. It does have some decent things, but it has, as with many classes, several mechanics don't even exist anymore. Or don't exist at that level. So, like, the entire, what are these stupid things called? The Lily, the entire Lily mechanic, gone. Now, you do have Holy. You have Holy at this level. You also have, you do not have Glare or Dia. You don't have Tetragrammaton. In fact, I just do this. You don't have Tetragrammaton, you don't have Thin Air, you don't have Assize, you don't have Asylum, you don't have Divine Benician, you don't have Plenary Indulgence, you don't have Afflatus Misery, or Afflatus Rapture, or Temperance. So what we have at 50 is Cure 2, because even at 50, Cure 1 is kind of invalidated. We do have Benediction, so that's something. We do have Regen for filler. Cure 3, which is okay. Medica, and I believe Medica 2. Yep, you have both of those at level 50. That's actually kind of it. Instacast, slow and sloggy heal. Instacast hot, AoE, AoE, AoE. That's what White Mage feels like at 50. It also has, you know, those three things, obviously. And yeah, it's just leaning on these for most raids and dungeons is pretty normal. And usually pop up regen off on the tank while they're running off, gathering 50 more mobs, and that is kind of it. So we need to judge this. This is pure gameplay, right? Now I'm going to go and give my personal impression. White Mage sucks at 50. It's not the worst healer, per se. It's not the worst class, per se. It's just, it's not only kind of, but it's also boring. So let me go ahead and share a small story. The reason it took me so long to level White Mage past 50 was because of White Mage at 50. I hated it. It's the same problem I had with Paladin overall. I was just not enjoying the class. And people kept saying, no, White Mage is amazing. And I'm like, but it's just junk. I don't want to level a class I don't even enjoy until I get to the point where it's fun. I did finally put the effort in, and for those of you who know, White Mage is actually my favorite pure healer at 80, which is where I've experienced it, because at 80 you get all sorts of other fun things. These abilities are obviously touched up a lot. We get Divine Benician, which is great. We get Plenary Indulgence, which is great. We get all the Lily mechanics, which is awesome. Tetragrammaton, which is a great tank thing. And just tons of additional cooldowns abilities that just kind of tack on top of that. So White Mage is legit, but not at 50. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and say 1 negative to gameplay for White Mage at 50. More to the point, 1 negative to gameplay for White Mage 1 to 50, which is actually what we're reviewing here. White Mage takes way too long to get good. And even by the time it's at 50, it has pulled itself up to the level of being mediocre. So, because that's what we're reviewing right now, 1 through 50. 1 through 50 on each class. Yeah, Paladin eventually becomes awesome, but we'll get there, we'll get there. I do think almost every class is good at higher level. But this is just, that's how the review is functioning. We've already talked about this. We're going to review each class per expansion block. So when we get to the Heavensward stuff, we will reevaluate each of the classes from 51 to 60, effectively, and how much they change and grow in that range. I don't remember, when do we get the Lily thing? When does that show up for White Mages? 52, so we will actually have the Lily mechanic in Heavensward, for example. I wish I could show you more easily, so we're going to kind of have to go a little bit by memory. But on the plus side, I've played all these classes at 50 a lot, so I've got lots of memory as recently as of yesterday when I was doing some roulette while streaming D&D, so. Now, I will say that I'm only giving a single negative to White Mage for 1 to 50, because it could be worse, and it does crawl itself up to being mediocre, so we did White Mage, then we did Bard. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. There we go. In fact, let's just update that. Yes, there we go. So Bard. Bard is obviously the worst class in the game. All right, moving on. No, for real. Bard is probably going to be a complete wash in my book at 50. So at 50, they did a little bit of a revamp of Bard at some point in time. So you get some of the ballads. So that's nice, but as you can see, the big one, which is, where is it? 52, is that it? Minuet? I think that's it. Pretty sure Minuet is it, which you get at 52. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but I know there's a song we're missing. You're talking about it right now in chat. So that's not great. Okay, I am correct. Woo, for being correct. Bard, nevertheless, is probably going to be a complete wash. It's not terrible at 50. It does have most of its basic rotation. I think we actually even have both dots. Yep, we have Venomous and we have Windbite at 50, and that is a change. So that pulls Bard up from the way it used to be. But yeah, it doesn't really feel like Bard. It feels like Hunter. It's okay. We've never reviewed World of Warcraft Xylom, similar to how we never reviewed FF14, which is what we're doing now. So the goal then will be to be going through WoW and review it per expansion. For your request, I'll put that towards WoW BC. And thank you again. But yeah, no, Bard does have its 2 dots, which is fine. It does have an insta-cast at 50, an off-global cooldown, I think. Yeah, no, there it is, Bloodletter. I'm right. And it's got not good AoEs, because it's got the frickin' cone crap, but at least it has a couple of AoEs, and it doesn't have that, or that, or that, or that. Jesus Christ. Point being, this is why I'm arguing that Bard is at least a neutral, a wash. It has more of its kit at 50 than most of the classes do. So it at least feels enjoyable to play, right? So then we have Dragoon. I kind of wish Rax was here for this one. So Dragoon at 50 is not great. It's not great. So at 50, we do have three jumps, primary jumps. Who are you, Reggie? And that's something. We do have our 3 off global cooldowns of the jumps, so that's good. That's good. But ultimately, I can actually show you right now. This is kind of what Dragoon is at 50. 1, F, B. That's our dot. 1, 2, 3. And that's kind of it. That's Dragoon at 50, right there. We don't have this ability. We don't have this ability. We don't have this ability. We don't have this combo. We don't have this fun. We don't have the gauge at all, although they got rid of that, so that's whatever. We don't have this fun. And our AoE is that. Yeah, I was going to say, we don't even get that. Hang on, no. Surely we have the second AoE by 50. There's Doom Spike, yep, at 40. Oh my god, we only have 1 AoE? Oh, that's not good. That's, yes. So, yeah, AoEing is this. Which is honestly one of the worst AoEs in the entire game. Not only is it a line, which we've actually already discussed the problem with, but it's just one ability over and over and over. This is all of the green DPS problems in a nutshell. I was going to say, I felt like they had a second one, but I guess they got rid of that at some point. And yeah, you don't get the final AoE. Like, I've said it before, Dragoon becomes awesome eventually. But I would like to argue that Dragoon at 1 through 50 sucks. Especially considering we're discussing all of the way from 1 to 50, not just at 50. Dragoon's doesn't get its first AoE until 40. And its initial combos take a while to get there. And are not fun to do. No, I stand by it. Dragoon sucks at 1 through 50. I think it is easy to argue for a negative to gameplay for this. Just one. So I suppose I am being overly excessive with my usage of the word sucks. But, yeah, no. Now, that being said, I think the reason Dragoon will not build up into multiple negatives is because it does, at the very least, have 3 jumps, all of which you get prior to level 50. You do get that, you do get that, and you do get that, all at 50. What I mean by that, obviously jumps are fun and cool and whatever, but one of the things I'm judging here is core mechanics. Core gameplay concepts, right? As opposed to just being... okay, we also get that. I wasn't counting. One of the problems a lot of classes in this game have is things that could be considered core mechanics to a class don't exist 1 through 50. They added the core mechanics later, right? You know, black mages and ley lines is a perfect example of that. White mages and the lily is another example of that, etc. So... Anywho, oh yeah, we don't have Stardiver. What do we get? Oh, we get that at 80. Wow. Anyways, so that's Dragoon. So hang on. So we did Dragoon, White Mage, and Bard. Now we discuss Paladin. Paladin at 50. So Paladins, this is going to sound familiar, literally do not have their bar over here, the thing you see on the right side of my screen, at 50, I'm pretty sure. I know they don't have any of the extra stuff that can go into any of this crap. That's an 80, that's a 76 ability, that's a 72 ability. When do they get their heal? 58 is when they get the heal. Divine Veil, which I actually do have up, that's a 56 ability. The rest of their combo shows up at 54. At 70? Well, at 70 you get Passage of Arms, which is very cool. That's this, for those of you who've never seen me use it. But, I don't know. I know they've changed around the ability numbers a little bit in Endwalker, but back in Shadowbringers, the first time I enjoyed Paladin was at 80. And I think Confiteor and Atonement are a lot of why that is. We also get an Intervene. We get a Closer at 74. 74. Anyways, sorry. Holy Circle is at 72. Holy Spirit is at 64. Interventions, yeah, I already talked about that. Requiescat, which is actually a pretty good ability, 68. So, yeah, that is a really small list of abilities at 1 through 50. You have a 1, 2, 3 combo. That's it, so that's actually worse than the Dragoon combo. We have 2 cooldowns. I'm not counting the all stuff. So counting the all stuff, I think we have 4 cooldowns. You get 1 free ability, 1 free damage ability. A ranged throw. God, that's it, isn't it? Cover is very situational. Sheltron is what it is. We do at least have 2 AoEs. That's something. And the invuln. Yeah, Sheltron's a weird one. Especially considering... I would consider Sheltron to be fairly core Paladin. It's one of my major usages of whatever that resource is. Whatever it's called. Oath Gauge. Oath Gauge, that's it. So... once again, Paladins are not good. This is a running trend. Now, from a fully pragmatic and functional perspective, I would say that Paladins are not as bad as White Mages or Dragoons at 50, because at the very least they still have this. I think. Hang on, they do have that, right? Yep, nope, Circle of Scorn, 50. It's right there. So they do have that. So, actually, sorry, they have 3 AoEs. I actually forgot about that. 3 AoEs, ways to grab things, a stun, a ranged. They're functional. They're just boring, which... Now that I'm saying that, I'm talking myself into giving a negative for Paladins. Thoughts? I mean, I've given away my opinion. I hated Paladin until 70-something. Like, I put off leveling Paladin for so long because of the same reason I put off leveling White Mage. I hated it at 50. I should probably also mention that Paladins at 50 don't have... So there's something I haven't really brought up yet, and that is Viscerality. I honestly don't think I'm going to give any classes of Viscerality plus at 50. We'll see. Viscerality is very important. It's about animations, and it's about how cool you look. You want to look and feel cool, right? Paladins have some cool stuff later on, but I don't think they have any of that at 50, really. Nevertheless, their animations are quite smooth. In fact, they're probably one of the better animation sets at 50. Here's this ability I technically don't have yet. Yeah, this ability doesn't exist yet. This ability doesn't exist yet. There we go. Ignore all that. Get that. That. And that's kind of everything right there. Like, White Mage looks really cool at higher levels, but it also has the doesn't look cool at 50 problem. Hence the Viscerality problem. I don't know why I'm debating this. Negative for Paladin. I am only going to give it 1 because at least it is a serviceable class. What else have we covered? Monk. Okay, so, if this was an expansion ago, Monk would guaranteed be a negative. But it's not. They did an overhaul of Monk recently, and Monk was improved substantially. So, Monk has... hang on, double check here. Yep, I was going to say, Monk has at least both of its major combos, which is that one, this one, that one, and this one. And all of that is at 50. And I believe, yep, we actually have our entire AoE combo at 50 as well. So you have all 3 of the core mechanics of what make a monk at 50. And you get all of them very early on, so you feel more like what it is to be a monk very early on. So that's awesome. We're already leaning towards good. We're already leaning towards good. You also, as you can see, I was talking about Viscerality. All this stuff looks quite cool. And this is all the stuff you have access to, even at that level. Their AoEs take some getting used to, in my opinion. I'm pretty sure you also have Mantra at, that. Double checking. Yeah, no. So, we also have that at 1 to 50. I don't think we have... Nope, we don't have Enlightenment yet. We don't have perfect... Well, do we have Perfect Balance? It says 50, so never mind. We actually do have Perfect Balance. Never mind. We also have Thunderclap. Now, I actually really like Thunderclap. What's Thunderclap? Thunderclap is a closer. So that's awesome. I don't think we have Blitz. I'm pretty sure Blitz requires higher level. Yep, nope. There's, is that it? Yeah, 60. It looks like 60 is Blitz. Oh, that's what it is. Okay, okay. I knew there's something off. Looks like we don't have our riddles. That's fine. But yeah, this is... I can't... This is exactly what I want them to do with most of the classes. And they have been doing bit by bit. They moved a lot of the core functionality forwards and made it feel a lot cooler in general and more satisfying to play as you're leveling, instead of the problem we have with both Paladin and White Mage of, well, and Dragoon. Eventually it gets good. Instead, Monk is good. So, even 1 to 50, Monk's positive territory, I think. Absolutely. I would argue... no, I'm not even going to argue. I'm just going to give it 2 positive. This is a well-designed class. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure my GCD is a little bit off because I'm not actually at level 50 right now. But there's... whatever. This was WoW! Sorry. Ironically, if this was WoW, I couldn't do what I want to do. But because it's FF14, I can't do what I want to do, because both of them screw up in different ways. Yes, pluses to Monk. Woo. Oh, I agree with that, Omega Legion. It is kind of a thing to work on. It is a challenge. But you see my point, right? Like, I do think that too many of the FF14 classes feel like crap early on, even though they eventually get great. Ooh. Okay. What else have we covered? What other classes did we do today? Monk. We didn't do Black Mage. Is that everything? I think that's all the classes we did today, Drunk. We didn't do Ninja, we didn't do Scholar. We didn't do Warrior. That doesn't exist yet. 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 You know, I just noticed almost all of my favorite classes are expansion classes. The only exception is White Mage. Sage, Gunbreaker, Dancer, Samurai, Red Mage, Reaper, Astrologian. Almost all of those are expansion classes. But yeah, we didn't actually show off. I guess we could judge the others while we're here. Use our time appropriately. So, the next quest I was planning to do was Warrior. Let me get my real armor on here. Warrior, as I was saying. So, Warrior has this axe. Therefore, Warrior gets 17 pluses to everything. Okay, real talk. So, I talked about viscerality. So this, that, as well as this, and that are all abilities that they get at 1 to 50. You also get something that doesn't look like that, so ignore that. But the point is, they get a decent chunk of their initial combo, more than Paladin gets, for example, at 50. You also get this, which is the auto crit. And you also get these, ignore that, in order to give yourself resources. But unfortunately, that's not what that looks like at 50. I actually forget what it looks like at 50. You get one of them at 50. I think it's the one where you spin the sword over your head. I could be wrong about that. Let's see, what else do you get at 50? We do have Holmgang, one of the best live abilities in the game. Let's see here. Thrill. Yep, that's the HP one, another good thing. We have a ranged ability, our usual thing. There's Infuriate, obviously. Don't have Fell Cleave at all. That's actually funny. Or Raw Intuition. Do we have neither of these? Do we have neither of our spenders at 50? I swear we have something at 50. Is that it? Is Steel Cyclone it? That's gotta be it. Yeah, that's it, that's it. Steel Cyclone is the AoE at 50. And... yeah, Inner Beast. I was gonna say, I know we have spenders at 50. Because just did today, or yesterday rather, I just did several roulettes on this character, on this class, excuse me. So we do have our 2 spenders, so we have our core mechanic of build spend. We also have Infuriate at 50. And basically, Warrior is better than Paladin in every way at 1 to 50. Let me just summarize that. It doesn't have great viscerality yet, because most of the viscerality really comes from when you get much further up, and you can do things like this. And, you know, the abilities I was just showing off, because all these abilities I'm showing off right now are actually, you know, above 50 abilities. Like that. But, nevertheless, I would say Warrior is probably the best tank in the 1 to 50 range, which I know isn't saying much because there's only 2. But I stand by that statement. What are we thinking? Anyone want to disagree? Massively disagree? Violently disagree? Tell me that I'm terrible? Do we have our first heal at 1 to 50? You have to tank with a 2-hander Magister. That's that. Let's see. Do we have a heal? So that's the thing. Oh, no, yeah, okay. Thrill of Battle is a heal at pre-50. I was actually thinking of, is that it? Shake It Off? I mean, Shake It Off is nice. No, what's this thing called? Equilibrium. That's the other one I was thinking of, is Equilibrium. Which is a heal and a hot. So, yeah, no, plus to Warrior. Alright, I guess Scholar would be next. What the hell does... so I'm going to be honest, I don't know Scholar all that well. Because I hate it. But, Scholar at 50? Alright, so what do we got here? So we've got our basic DPS things. Let's see here. We have our ad, who does a thing. We've got Whispering Dawn, which is actually a really awesome ability in my opinion. Let's see here. So there's Bubble. So hang on. So we've got... Let's rewind. Let's go through this. So there's our filler heal, which is our crap heal, but whatever. We've got the pet, which is technically our actual filler heal. We've got an AoE hot, which is great. We've got our first bubble. We've got our AoE bubble, I think. Yep, that's the AoE bubble. This one, what's this one? Oh, this is the everyone gets healed for more, so that's our cooldown ability. Only 2-minute cooldown, too. Ether Flow, which is obvious. That also gives us our mana back. Energy Drain, obvious. Lustrate is... I don't remember what Lustrate is. Oh, that's our big insta-cast. That's the Ether Flow insta-heal, which is a nice big heal, too. And increases our Fairy Gauge, which we don't have at 50, so we're going to ignore that for a moment. Art of War... Oh, that's our AoE. And then Sacred Soil, which actually costs Ether, but that's... I'm pretty sure, yeah, that's the... People take less damage in this area ability, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. Which also adds a regen? That might be a thing that I get at higher levels. I'm not sure. So, you know, I am 80. But yeah, no, so as much as I personally don't enjoy Scholar, I would say that Scholar is substantially better than White Mage at 50. You have a way better toolkit to deal with stuff at 50. And it's more interesting to do, too. You actually have a mechanic, the Ether Gauge, at level 50 you have 2, not 3. Yeah, far more mobile, a lot more instacasts, and a lot more ability to prevent damage, not just from bubbles, but from buffs. And it literally has a better hot setup. So yeah, no, I'm going to go ahead and give a plus to Scholar. I can't believe this. I hate Scholar! But it is a better class than White Mage. At 1 to 50. I mean, that's the whole goal, right? The whole goal for these reviews is and always has to be as fair as possible. So, plus to Scholar. Okay, so... Alright, so that doesn't exist. We did that. None of those exist. We did Dragoon, Monk. Ninja. Let's come back to Ninja. Scholar. Machinist doesn't exist, so we've got Summoner, Black Mage, and Ninja. So let's look at Summoner. Now, Summoner's a fun one, because Summoner had an overhaul very recently, which improved it drastically. I mean, that's my job, Mithrius. Summoner, I mean, the only question here is how many pluses we give Summoner 1 to 50, because even 1 to 50 Summoner, you have the majority of your core mechanics, right? Like, you already have the ability to summon, let's see, looks like all three, yep. Ruby, Topaz, and Emerald. Actually, sorry, Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda. You have all of that by 45. You've got the Pain Flare proc, you've got Outburst and Precious Brilliance, which is also the proc thing. You've got Energy Drain and Ether Charge in order to get that cycle going. Yeah, like, essentially everything that is the Summoner's core mechanic is all there before 50, just like Monk, actually. You don't have Bahamut or Phoenix, and you don't have the upgrades, you know, the other things that kind of pull off of that, but you do have your core mechanic, which is really important to me when it comes to game design. Like, I've been talking about this whole time. You know, Dragoon arguably doesn't have, White Mage arguably doesn't have its core mechanic at 1 through 50, and blah, 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 blah. So, again, the question here is not if Summoner is a plus. The question is how many pluses is it? Do me a favor and, like, write that down or something, Omega Legion, so you... Because it's going to be a while till we get to judging the classes at 90. Yeah, no Astral Flow. Which, I don't have at all because it's a class ability. Or, sorry, a quest ability. I like Summoners, and I don't even have Bahamut, which is also a class ability, or quest ability. But anyways. I'm feeling 2. It also has some good viscerality, even at 1 through 50. Similar to Monk. Okay, so that's Summoner. I said we'd come back to Ninja. So Ninja's going to be by far the most trying to be fair judgment, because I basically can't play Ninja in any level, never mind 50. What do we got here? So we've got our... I know we have our core 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, G. Oh, no, we don't have that, actually. Never mind. So we have 1, 2, 3. I don't know how many of these things we have. The ninjutsu abilities at 50. Let's see here. Assassinate. There's Assassinate on my bar. Dream within a dream. There it is. So we have a big hit. No, von Falkenstein. We've got our teleport, which is actually kind of neat. It's this thing. I don't like Ninja. I also can't play Ninja, but that's unrelated. That allows ninjutsu without mudra charges. I have no idea what that means exactly. How many... Okay, so it looks like we have Puma Shuriken, Katon, so hang on, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we have a full 7 combos, even at 50, which is not bad, actually. Once again, that's moving core mechanic forward, so we can do the mudra thing. The problem I'm seeing here, even being objective, is it looks like the overwhelming majority of what makes up a ninja is the mudras, or whatever they're called. But on the plus side, it does move all that stuff forward, so you do have the core mechanic. Again, core mechanic being relevant by 50. Okay, it is Moochers. I'm remembering correctly. God. So, if nothing else, I don't think Ninja's going to be a negative. Because if nothing else, it does move a lot of that forward, and it does have some decent viscerality. Because this is what it looks like. Does, accessibility is relevant, Disco. Unfortunately, I will probably have to try out controller again. I absolutely frickety despise playing this game with a controller. But, I mean, the fact that it's an option is neat, I guess. But yes, that is something that'll be relevant. Oh yeah, no, this is nothing like WoW Rogue. At all. I don't think any WoW class is similar to Ninja. I don't know. What are we thinking? Really? Pillars of Snow? Why, Disco? What is wrong with you? Alright, we need to throw Disco to Pluto. There we go. We've cleansed the Earth. What's interesting is we get Horizon at 60, which I actually do know about that ability. That gives us Houton, or whatever that's called. The speed increase thing. You can see it on my bar over there. Now, if you don't understand why that's amusing to me, there's also a combo ability that gives it much earlier level. Jin Chi 10. There it is. So, hang on. So, Jin Chi 10. And then... So you can get it relatively early on, but at 60 you can just have a button to give yourself the haste. Which is what Valvatrix is talking about right now in chat. I think it's easy to argue a plus to gameplay for ninjas, and I really do not like playing as Ninja, but... I think I'm only going to give it 1, though. Because, yeah, it's a little bit too simple, and especially if you're doing anything other than mudras. And it does have some about it. You do get Trick Attack. That's true, that's at 18, so that's nice. So I will go ahead and give ninjas A+ to gameplay. Ninja 1 through 50, again, because that's how we're judging this. This is going to get weird when it comes to other MMOs. I mean, we can't judge Dancer until we get to Shadowbringers, I think. Right? When did Dancer come out? But Dancer is most likely going to be a 3 positive class, because Dancer is extraordinarily well designed, in addition to being incredibly awesome. But that's neither here nor there, which just leaves Black Mage at 50. So, don't mind my fell staff here. Black Mage at 50. Sucks. I'm just gonna say that as bluntly as I can. All of the things that everyone tells me make Black Mage cool, that my own research has said make Black Mage cool, none of that's at 50. Black Mage at 50 is ice until, fire until you're at ice, and then you proc to go back to fire, and you get ice, and you proc to go back to fire, and then ice. If you're good, you can also weave flare into that, I think. Yeah, flare's at 50. I'm right. You don't get foul, that's at 70. You don't get Umbrella yet. You don't have the ley lines. You don't have Polyglot. You have nothing. You just have fire and ice. And the worst curse of all, check this out. Okay, this is actually a bad example, because I think we actually only have... Oh no, we do, actually. We have Blizzard 3 at this level. That's probably the coolest looking spell we have. Our weakest spell by far. You know what our primary damage is at 50? And I complained about this. I told you I'd bring this up again. Check this out. You ready for this? This is our primary damage output at 50. Just boring, basic, dull fireball. I talk so much about viscerality. That's awful. Whereas that looks cool. And then we get this to switch back over here, and then we're back to Bulldoring. Just... Yeah, exactly, Pillars of Snow. I am fully willing to accept that Black Mage gets better later. I am hopeful to have my mind changed on that point. But Black Mage at 50 sucks. Thank you, Stuart, very much for that sub. Always do appreciate those. Thank you. If you know what you'd like to put that towards, please let me know. Oh yeah, you're also completely stationary. Like, we didn't really show it off, but Bard, even at 50, Bard is... Hello? Uh-oh. Am I lagging out? There we go. We're back. That was weird. Was that my internet or the server? Bard, at 50, is, like, entirely mobile. Doing all my abilities while jumping around like an idiot. Which is, it's not just a fun thing, although it is a fun thing, it's also useful. Because in fights, it means you can keep doing damage while you're moving and avoiding mechanics. Whereas in Black Mage, if you're in the middle of a fight, and you're like, cast... Oh, hang on. Telegraph. Okay. Cast... Oh, hang on. There's another telegraph. Okay. Cast... So, I get the point of such a thing. I do. WoW has done this before. We've talked about that. Several other MMOs have tried to make up for the turret concept. But Black Mage sucks at 50. I don't know why I'm still making this point. I'm doing my due diligence here. What do you want from me? That's everything, right? Summoner, Black Mage, Ninja... Yeah, that's all of them. That's all the classes 1 through 50. I love Red Mage, but I admit I'm not sure which level at which I love Red Mage, because I haven't played Red Mage as anything other than max level for a while. But we got this. But... Didn't Ninja come out in ARR, Omega Legion? Oh, whatever. Yeah, I forget which level. I know there's a specific level. I think it's when... I know it's when Flare enters the equation. Flare and Holy, which apparently is 70. 68 and 70, excuse me. And then when Scorch gets into the equation, it's even better. And then when Resolution gets in the equation, it's even better. But yeah, no. I suppose that means Red Mage is the class I really enjoy at 70. But I digress. It is lunchtime. When we come back, we will go... We already did Paladin. What do we do next? We did Monk. I do kind of want to save... Or we could just do it. Screw it. Let's just do Black Mage. So when we come back, we'll go ahead and do the Black Mage arc. Really? Do I have a frickin' staff at least? Did I delete the staff? Am I screwed? Is this just my life? Hey, you see this exarchic spear? No, I'm going to do it on camera. I'm going to do it for access here. Do I have a... That's an Arcanist weapon. Aha! There we go. Thaumaturs. Then we not equip this. There we go. There we go. When we get back, we'll do Black Mage. And yeah, we'll do Blood Mage. Blood Mage. Wow. Blue Mage. We'll do Blue Mage when we get to Stormblood. And we'll review Machinist and Astrologian and Dark Knight when it comes to Heavensward, is when we'll cover those ones. But I will see the rest of you in about an hour.